Welcome, one and all. Welcome back to Magus in the Media. The thing about today is that when we come together, it depends on what realm we tap into. And there's one realm that keeps coming back to me over and over and over again, not only in my mind's eye, but in my reality itself. It's Lord of Mysteries, the great anime actually called Donghua, actually a Chinese web novel of a steampunk, HP Lovecraftian horror and Western esoteric, mystical, magical traditions, and it goes deep. And today I get to do it with the fantastic, the one, the only, Richard Ruach. No hijinks allowed. And so excited am I. How are you doing today, Richard?
I'm doing fantastic, and I can't wait to just get deep, go deep into this.
I just can't
to the abyss, to the castle. Let's go.
To get deep with you as well. I find it fantastic because when it's one of those things when people find a great story, and Lord of Mysteries is just one of them, and it's fantastic because this thing, I don't even remember how it came into my, obviously the interwebs is the reason that it came to me, but when all of a sudden you see a guy throwing tarot cards at Lovecraftian like monsters, it kind of does something to you. How did you get you? I think you're way deep. He's read the whole thing, so like, tell me, Richard, how did you find this fantastic show?
So for me, I'm a filthy degenerate who reads the novels, the light novels. So so it's the gateway. You start off watching the anime, and then it ends, and it's like, oh, I wonder what happened in the manga. Then you read the manga, and you're like, wait, there's something beyond the manga.
Yeah, and
so then you read the light novel. And I had never read many light novels before, but I think the gateway that got me into light novels was there's another one called Beginning After the End, which it has an anime now, but it's not very good. But that one,
that's good to know.
That I read that manga and I read the light novel, and it's just I loved that show. And then I was looking for some light novels, and there's the one that it's almost this thing of like what's most popular. You know, if someone's getting into fantasy, everyone recommends them Lord of the Rings. So I was in the light novel world, and everyone was like, the greatest light novel of all time is Lord of Mysteries. Or there was the top three, The Reverend, Insanity, and Shadow Slave.
Right. Yep.
Which the Trinity, but everyone was like, Lord of Mysteries. And so I gave it a go. So I read through the entire Lord of Mysteries, and I've read the sequel, Circle of Inevitability. But the first time I read it, I was kind of unimpressed. It was slow. Yeah. The novel is slow when it starts off, because with light novels, the whole thing about them being light is they're also fast. They're fast paced. It starts off with being isekai'd into another girl, and there's world, and then there's monster into another girl. Jesus.
Yeah. Every once in a while you change. It's a gender thing. It's a transmigration.
Exactly.
It's the heavy trans part.
On the trans. And so when I first started reading it, I was like, it's hard. It just layers. It dives deep into certain aspects and abilities, and I was like, well, what's even going on? And I stopped reading after like 4 chapters, and I gave it a go, and I got to chapter 10. And then someone online, because I have this one guy who comes onto my live streams and bullies me into reading novels. Another guy, shout out, that's his name, and another guy.
Oh, okay, nice.
And he was like, nah, you got to give it a chance. And I think, I'm not sure if it was him, but someone else described it to me, because there was some other people, and he said, look, here's the thing. Read to chapter 30, 40. And he explained the concept of the Tarot Club to me.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, oh, that does sound pretty cool. And so I forced myself to read it, and it was all right. But then I don't know. But then I kind of kept reading, and I don't know when I got hooked exactly. But the writing style between going into the world, going into the Tarot Club, there was just something synthetic about that. In the novel, like in the anime, we can talk about some of the anime differences.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Like in the novel, they spend a lot of time in the Tarot Club, and each time you go in there, there's a little bit of lore, and then it's kind of like, now that he's got that lore, how is that going to change his time in the day? And then in the day, things would certainly change, and he'd go back up and start doing certain things in the Tarot Club, and there was this kind of natural flow to it that whenever you start to get bored of one scene, it's Tarot Club time. Better read the next chapter because I want to see what happens. Then after the Tarot Club's like, oh, I gotta read the next one to see how he takes this into his life, and it just snowballed into me reading 1,400 chapters.
I know, it's so much. It's so awesome. Can you tell people then? I know what it is, but can you tell them what a web novel is, and as well as give your take? Just not take. Give me the synopsis for all the Lord of Mystery people out there who have never seen it and they don't realize the greatness of God.
It's what is a web novel? Yeah, I mean, it's that hierarchy: anime, manga, web novel. Yeah. There's no pictures, unfortunately. There's no pictures, guys. It's basically a novel. Well, the reason why it's light is because it's supposed to be easy to read. Like you just read it, and they're short chapters as well. They are. The exception is kind of Lord of Mysteries. As I said, it's slow. I used to make a joke when reading it. I was like, "This isn't a light novel. This is a heavy novel." It's like this is just This is just like a normal novel pacing and length. But as you were saying at the beginning of this, the lore and the way the world is constructed is just so impeccable, and the world itself breathes and is living. I know I've heard, the guy who authored it, he spent like time reading actual like the lives of Victorians in England in like certain period to get certain things, and we haven't seen it in the anime yet, but especially in the next season when he gets to the capital Buckland. Oh yeah. There's all of these slow scenes, which is one thing that gets criticized. A lot of people criticize a lot of mysteries, but I'm like, no. The slow scenes when he's just in a bakery sipping coffee and he's looking outside, it's like this sets the world and you feel the breathing life in the world. It actually is kind of Victorian England, but with magic and Lovecraftian horror. Yeah, nice. Yeah, no, there's no this. Just so you all know, once you leave this tarot club today in the gray fog, you actually lose most of your memory and you have to regain it through bits and pieces. Just so you all know, and that truly is your day-to-day transmigration. It's we must remember. What is it? Anathema, right? It's the Ella Afea is the idea. Anamnesis. Sorry, there's so many anaamas, but anamnesis, which I know comes along further into the show. Just remember that's transmigration. It's the Platonic transmigration, and that was fascinating enough when I was first watching them last year when they came out as anime. For me, it was holy shit. There's an anime coming out, and I watched this dude who now I guess his name is Klein, and he's throwing tarot cards, these silver tarot cards, and defeating again, like I said, a Lovecraft fucking a being demon, the old ones. And you get the you said Victorian steampunk, gorgeous stained glass, the colors. China's CGI is fantastic. And that's so refreshing because we've had so many medieval fantasies where all of these other clockwork punk, steampunk, what is it? What's the one that's like gas lamp punk or something like that? Yeah. Gas lamp fantasy.
Too much. It's like we hardly chaos magic. Yeah, we don't. It's like all the chaos magic schools.
Exactly. All these niche things that branch off of steampunk. It's all steampunk, okay? Yeah. But we hardly get any of that. And finally, we have this. Because one thing of criticism of fantasy, it's like that thing of like a fantasy world. And when people add history to it, it's like that world has just been fantasy forever and technology has never improved. Yeah. Whereas in this, he goes through the epochs, and there's like the first epoch, which is chaotic, and then there's the second epoch with the ancient gods, which we can get into. And there's then there's the third epoch, which I think is sort of this establishment of this new order, and then there's the fourth epoch of the emperors, and then finally we get the fifth epoch, which is now this steampunk, whereas before the fourth epoch was more. You see it in Mr. Azek's kind of memories. Mr. Azek based.
Right. The professor. More kind of knights. Yes. The fucking brilliant professor that Klein takes on. And so, okay, nice. And so let's lay a little background here. Just so everybody knows, right now we are in between season 1 and season 2, and we just got 3 special episodes that came out, which fill in a little bit of the blanks of the first season, right? Because what is it? The first season is like chapters 1 through like 400 or some shit.
Yeah, something like that. They sped up a lot. Especially, a lot of people say the first 3 episodes are quite sped up, and it's like, they are.
Yeah, they are. And fascinating enough, as Marshall McLuhan greatly says, the medium is the message. And so interesting enough, how how you translate a web novel into then an anime. I hear, you know, you, as you just said not too long ago, like there's so many fucking haters of like, oh my God, they sped this up. I don't understand what's going on. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This is it's in the name. This is a fucking mystery, bro. What are you doing?
Exactly. You got to lock in. This ain't your Michael Bay movie. You're not allowed to sit back. You got to sit forward and you got to lock in.
Yeah, that's exactly what. Yeah, it's like and because of all the fucking Crunchyroll. Don't even get me started on if I could make some kind of joke about a small little country that does a lot of things, but Crunchyroll and the owners just fucking totally fucked over the Chinese translation. It was so terrible, bro. Did you catch any of that?
I know there's that. Was it they're using AI now to like translate, and I'm just like, ugh. Yeah. I think I switched between, was it like sub and like, do they have the dub out now actually?
They do. That's what Kai and I are rewatching the dub, and it makes, so the subs with the voices was great, but then the translation was so poor that you're getting so much data information at you because they fill you in. So everyone knows an isekai, as he said, is a transmigration. So one world to another, and now you're a completely different thing. And there's a lot of lame things like I changed into now I'm a piece of slime and some shit, you know, like and all these really weird isekais that are out there, because it's not, you know, sometimes people forget, because I'm such an absolutist in my speech sometimes because I'm so excited about stuff, is that I'm all like, all anime is fucking awesome. What do you mean? Anime is real. These are great stories. And then it's like, no, they have just as much trash and fan service as anything else.
Yeah, 100%.
Which isn't really in this at all.
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, the Chinese censorship and morality kind of police kind of... there are some things that Klein isn't allowed to do, which is a bit lame.
Right.
But at the same time, a lot of dumb things that become too fan servicey are just completely absent.
Yeah, which is kind of nice.
Protects it.
It does protect it. So it's like, all of a sudden you're like, so sometimes authoritarian action is okay.
Exactly. We need a balance. Sometimes we need daddy to come in and be like, no, kids. Yeah. And then other time, free market, let's go.
That's hilarious. So so everyone knows then web novel, you have to use an app to read it. So you were like online reading it on your computer the whole time?
Yeah, I think there was like, there's a couple of sites, and sometimes the sites get taken down. Yeah. So like I read Lord of Mysteries here, and I was trying to read other stuff over here. I can't remember which one I went to, but in a lot of like videos, people like recommend different apps, whichever one you can find that lets you read it. Usually they're all quite good.
And right now, just so everyone knows, there are 4 volumes. The 4th one's coming out, and you can get them on Amazon, and that's how I'm currently reading them, because I had troubles with the web novel.
Well, I will say, if you do read it online, the best thing you could do is try to find an app or a site that which has a comment section, because there's nothing greater than reaching the end of a chapter and having people in the comments being like, oh, it's insane. And then like people who have read ahead and come back being like, oh guys, you don't even know what's coming. And it's like, that adds to it actually. Adds to it actually.
No, that's true. I got a lot of that because some of my first videos I did on the channel are Lord of Mystery videos. And so, you know, and so because I started the channel last year, in the beginning of last year, and then all I was trying to figure out was figuring out how to do video essays, and just like, because I wanted to get the message out about some of my favorite stuff that was going. And then the Lord of Mysteries comes out, I'm all like, oh, this is perfect. And so I'm guessing things because I'd never read the novel and gotten anything into. And so I'm guessing things based upon the Western esoteric tradition stuff that I know, Platonism, all the magical practices and studies that I've done for a long time. And people in the comments were like, how the hell did you know that's what's going on? And I'm like, I actually don't. And that's half the beauty of watching this, is if you have a background in the Western esoteric tradition, or you're a practicing occultist or anything like that, when you watch this, it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, I'm so impressed. I'm like, when I read that, there's another one. You can have it read as a manga. It's called Infinite Mage. If you want, you can check that out later. That one as well has this weird thing where he's doing magic, and I'm like, has this guy read Franz Barton? But it's like, when I was reading Lord of Mysteries, I was like, when he's setting up the ritual and creating the ritual space, and he has this thing where it's like in the novel create a boundary you like with a knife, and it creates a silent seal. But at the same time, I'm like, there's a correspondence with that. You need to silence yourself to like get into the magical practice. And then the setup for the ritual, the altar work with the correspondence for deities, I was like, man, this guy's really like read his stuff. This is actually proper. Obviously, you know, there's no Evernight seal in real life, but an equivalent, if you want to work with a planetary deity, you have it's like this.
Yeah, no, it's so amazing. So, and then let's get it. I want to get into it. So you get in the beginning, so people kind of understand why we're talking about what we're doing. You need to know who the characters are. And so the main character in this story is Klein Moretti. But since we already talked about how this is an isekai, and we're going to use the term transmigration, and that term transmigration in Platonism or in Buddhism or any of these characters, but it's in Platonism specifically, it is about the movement of the soul through into the forms and back into another body. So you could call it the transmigration of the soul, obviously, or anamnesis, this remembering. And we'll connect that now to how, you know, most people know about what reincarnation is. But in this story, an isekai or transmigration means that from the real world, this character by the name of Zhao Mingru transmigrates, or out of nowhere, you find out throughout the story, into Klein Moretti's body. And he realizes he actually has a hole shot into his head, and he's got a massive headache. And there it starts. So you're from the real world, and all of a sudden you are now in a body that looks like you're in like the 1600. You're in Victorian era age strangeness, and it's a steampunk in his room. And now you have to put the pieces together. And so, as you were talking about in the web novel itself, it's a little bit slower as it puts all those things together. But it's like a DMT shotgun to the brain when you watch that first episode of the anime. Did you feel that way?
I actually feel it's interesting because I read the novel, then watched the anime. Yeah. I think I didn't get confused. Right. So in some ways, and it's hard because some of the boring parts that they kind of just accelerated through, I'm like, this is kind of good speed in a way. Just like, it's some of the lore behind it that they just kind of really kind of skip through. I'm like, come on, man.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
The interesting thing about the transmigration as well is it's a common theme in a lot of other, how should we say it? In a lot of other stories, these isekai stories. But one thing I found really interesting that he did here is there's always a question which, depending on the story, the author may ask or may answer or may not. And that's, what happened to the soul that was originally there? And with this one, it's interesting because it's implied that they fused, because when he comes into Klein's body, he has Klein's memories. So Zu and Klein actually become one being, and he has this scattered, because Klein basically went insane and killed himself, the real Klein. Yeah. And so he's like, what happened? So he remembers his sister and remembers his brother. So it makes sense. And he remembers the language of the world. And he has all the skills of Klein. So he can read ancient, Phasek and Hermes and stuff. And all of that stuff. But he is a fusion, a kind of a composite being now. He's not two souls. He is one soul, but it's come together. And I really like that, because some guys just like, he got isekai'd, and it's like, what happened to the other dude? Why doesn't he have the memories of the other dude? Yeah. It makes sense in this.
Yeah, and that's how you can tell the author is actually tapping into something that's connecting to our own, I think, some kind of eternal nervous system. You know, the collective unconscious, as Jung would call it, but I don't like that as much, because right now he's merging into the body. And so if everyone out there, the idea of morphogenic fields kind of comes into play here, like of Rupert Sheldrake, you know? And so it's this idea that our body and located in the area is how we have these memory pockets, fields that are interacting, and then your consciousness is interacting with your surroundings. And so it's a much more embodied, which I'm constantly trying to like move things, like the phenomenological perspective of Richard, I hate Cartesianism. So it's like
Mm.
the subject-object divide is one of my. And what's nice about this is since he has all his memories, there's something to that. Yet he is a fusion, but and I don't know what the further into it. So maybe we get a little more Zhao back.
I'm actually glad that he doesn't go that route. Is it all right if I spoil?
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, spoiler. Yeah, spoiler.
I'm glad. One thing that I hate, one trope that I hate, is when a guy has a split personality and a part of the entire series becomes him constantly fighting it. There's later on something kind of like that happens, but Klein is very quick to be like, no, I'm a unity. I'm one being, not two, and immediately destroys his shadow self. And I'm like, thank fucking God. Also based. That's exactly what you should do.
That is
no bifurcation. Become a unity.
Yeah, no, I love that. See, exactly. I agree, Richard. It's because that's the art of becoming what we're going to get into, this idea of what a beyonder is. Something that I've been I'm trademarking this term, even though it's not actually going to. I'm not a crazy fucking like French astrologer who trademarks terms. But we're not going there today.
You should trademark it, and then just in the trademark be like, everyone can use it except for this person.
Hello. Okay, great. I love that. That will be done. But the idea of the sovereign magician, it's really important in this day and age where people want you to be part of one clique or another, one ideology or another, one lodge or another. And that doesn't mean you can't be a part of those and feel levels of that kind of identity, but we have to remember that it's just a shadow on a wall. And
Exactly.
The only way we can fight what I think is the dark sorcerers, these chthonic forces that move through these techno-parasitic oligarch feudalists, is to become our own beyonder or become our own sovereign magician, which is, I think, through practice and all of these things that we're seeing in this show. I think, again, it's like a pathway, right, so to speak, into other levels that are actually embodied in this realm. I think that's what's the most important part, because we're constantly facing demons on a daily, especially when we go out within the mundane realms and we're just Klein Moretti, trying to put the pieces together as he's buying bread for his siblings, going into and pretending to be a police officer when really he's what they'd call a nighthawk. And, there's the many levels. And it's something that I also think, have you read a bunch of or any Robert Anton Wilson?
No, he's on the list.
Nice. And so the idea that I like from that is that the ideas of models of reality, and he calls them katmas. And so when we're going upon our world, we don't have just one dogma that locks us into some noun-like existence, this big T truth, which I haven't found yet, even though I do believe in objective truths. But the idea being that when we're facing, you're a magician when you're in your temple, you're a husband when you're with your wife, you're a father to your children, when you go to other jobs, you are that then, but realizing it's the you that goes between all those realms of existence, those different modes of being, as Heidegger would put it. That's how how we are this malleable being that is still one thing. But
we play many roles.
But that's what I'm saying. And then what you're trying to also do is you're trying to create your own Illuminati, which I think is important.
All based. Yes.
Yeah, nice. So what else is important? So then the idea is Klein's trying to figure out what the hell's going on, because there's something in a notebook that he reads.
The Antigonus Notebook.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Also, there's a choice with names here in the series. Like, there's a bunch of other characters. I think Zaratul has been mentioned, but there's another character called the different houses, the Zaratul house, and there's a Zoroast house. And it's like Zaratul, Zoroast kind of sounds like Zoroaster and all that stuff. But Antigonus sounds like, what's the name? Antinous?
And yeah.
Antinous, the cult of Antinous. There's like that one Roman.
Right.
There's that Roman cult to there was a guy called Antinous who drowned in a river, and then I think he got deified, and his cult got absorbed into a bunch of other cults. And it's just interesting. This author takes a bunch of kind of name. Every now and then it kind of works and it kind of doesn't. But I found that interesting, the Antigonus Notebook that the guy has, Klein has.
Yeah,
this mysterious notebook.
And I related it to in my videos. The first thing I was like, oh my God, this is the Lovecraftian book, the Necronomicon. Like, you know, this
plays
book,
that role as well.
It plays that role definitely, because it's like this thing, what he finds in the notebook of Klein, as his consciousness is now becoming Klein's, and in his old together, as we were talking about. Now he reads, what did it say? Everyone will die, including me, you know? And it's like, holy shit, you know? And then that's how the whole story plays off. He's trying to figure out how did he get to where he's at? How does he get back home into everyday China, where he plays many roles there as a hacker / works, you know, tech guy / just a normal Chinese dude. And then from then on. So it looks like Richard, looks like we have a little confusion of what we're talking about.
These are a lot of guys. I know there's someone called German Sparrow in the chat. That's funny.
That's funny. That's great.
That's a reference, because Klein, as he moves around, you'll see in the future seasons, in each volume he takes on a new kind of name.
Yeah.
And German Sparrow is, you'll see it in season 3, but German Sparrow is one of his identities.
No, and it's amazing, and I like it because at the end, spoiler alert, at the end something happens to him, and he has to then take on a new name, and I like that, because taking on a name is a very magical act, right? Names mean a lot of things, and I think that's it's really important. Have you ever read Patrick Rothfuss' A Name of the Wind?
No.
A Wise Man's Fear? I highly recommend it. And everybody out there that's listening to this, even though Patrick Rothfuss may never finish this, it's a trilogy, and he hasn't done the third. It's called Kingkiller Chronicles, and I've done a review on it, so you can go back to that. But the idea is beautiful, because the name of the wind, the art of naming, is one of the oldest bard-like magical acts of all time. And it's fascinating because, you know, Alan Moore talks about in a lot of his work that, you know, art is magic, and the art of spelling and speaking, just like we as magicians and people out in the world that are trying to take control of their lives. We have to realize that our words mean things, and that deep internal forces can be moved out from just our speech. Like, for instance, in Chronicles of Narnia, Aslan speaks into existence the entire world through song and through his roar. Or in the beginning of the Bible, in the beginning, right? Bereshith, in the beginning was Logos, the word. And so we get a lot of this also now in Lord of Mysteries, with how important the word is. This spellbinding book, the Antigonus Notebook, and this entire show that is now trying to have this character get back home. It's always just trying to get back home.
And also with the names as well, when he comes up with the fool and the honorific terms for the fool that they can then use to invoke him, that's all important. That plays a role in coming as well.
Yeah,
the creation of his own honorific name.
Yeah, that's nice. And then so just a brief more with like why the Name of the Wind with this works so well is because in that if you finally catch the name of an element, then you become it's the highest level of like sympathetic magic in the arcane schools in the show, or in that book. And so the idea is like you can then move that force no matter what it is. But also what happens when people change names is very telling to the kind of person that they are. Some do it with meaning because of your paradigm ends, you know, something happens to you, you have to change the name, or it's another way to cover up things, which then it goes back to what I see in our every day. I'm always trying to relate it to the everyday, especially in this in all communities. But since we're, you know, doing podcasts and shows in the Western esoteric occult community, the spiritual New Age community, it's almost like the more names you have, the cooler you are. And yet it's more baggage that you're trying to cover over. You know what I mean?
The overload of titles.
Yeah, it's the overload. Yeah, and I think when I was watching your Lord of Mysteries video, you did relate something to the acting method. Actually, is quite fascinating when you talked about that. So it is very relational towards falling too far into identities and not realizing the alchemical pathway is trying to shed your identities.
Yeah, that is interesting. That is interesting. We can talk about that when we get definitely more into when we start getting into the acting method and the names and the names and the symbols he uses of the different potion sequences are so beautifully and archetypal. archetypally connected, and also in a kind of a developmental way, as you're saying. It's like sometimes, and you don't even know the direction they're going in. Like, to spoil the first season, you know, Seer, you think, what comes after Seer? Clown, huh? But he does that so much. Like, there's one sequence called The Lawyer, the Potion 9 lawyer, and you think, what comes after Lawyer? And then it's Barbarian, and you're like, what? Why is that come next? But if you think about it, it's like, one, the lawyer is learning how to obey the world within laws, is trying to learn the laws of the world. And what is a barbarian? It's someone who is without laws. And so there's this constant
balancing act.
It's like you have to kind of gain this kind of role, but then it's like you then have to shed the identity for a completely new one. You have to, it's so interesting because there's the acting method helps, but also you can lose yourself and go insane, almost becoming one thing. Just, you can lose yourself by going into it. The mask becoming your face. It always has to remain the mask.
Yeah, no, that's good. So then it's important to understand. So we were talking about, well, what do you know about H.P. Lovecraft? So this is Lovecraftian horror mixed with the steampunk part. So lay the background for how you see this Lovecraftian horror in this. And what even that means.
I mean, look, the whole essence of Lovecraftian horror is the unknown. And that's one thing I really love about this series, because he does the unknown very well. And it's not just the unknown, it's the kind of horror or terror that arises from this unknown. And this is something that should, because I hate stuff when people are like, oh, spiritual love and light. And it's like, man, in the Bible, whenever an angel appears, it always comes with "be not afraid." There's something terrifying about that which is beyond. There should be something terrifying. And the injection of Lovecraftian horror actually kind of adds to that. It not only adds to the mystery, but it actually makes it more mystical. And not only that, it adds to this, what I like to call, in storytelling, there's a term I call the metaphysical roof. And a lot of authors don't understand that if they include, I don't know, God in their world, you've just capped a limit to your story. And you can't ever go beyond that. Like one thing, I'll give an example.
Please.
Of one story that I think they capped it off and it ruined the story was Stranger Things. The final, spoiler alert for the final season, is you have the Mind Flayer, but the Mind Flayer is the top. And there's nothing beyond there. And then they kill the Mind Flayer. And the world of Stranger Things without the Mind Flayer is now just our world. You've reduced it. You haven't expanded anything. It's like what they should have done, even though the last seasons and episode were completely hated, they could have saved that entire series by having a post-credit scene on the Mind Flayer planet with the black smoke. Like the black smoke is damaged or something. It's not completely dead, but it's damaged, and it's like you can hear a language coming out of it, and then it pans up to the stars, and the stars start twinkling, and then you hear voices coming out of the stars answering back, calling back, and it's like, and then it should just fade to black, and it's like, does that mean there's more Mind Flayers? What that would expand the universe.
Interesting.
And they completely ruined that. So there's a metaphysical roof to a lot of stories, and when authors hit it, they completely fuck up their stories. Lord of Mysteries, he does this really well because he keeps the metaphysical roof, you could say, and that's one way to deal with it, is you keep it kind of veiled. And it's like, and then it's like, what's going on? What's going on? What's behind the veil, man? And he teases you things, and he even puts things in like, this is why I say, don't go to the wiki. Because even if you're 1,000 chapters deep, going to the wiki can spoil stuff that you just don't know. Even if you're 1,100 chapters deep, there's still stuff you'll be spoiled on. You'll be like, wait, that's a thing? What? And 1,200 chapters in, there's callbacks to things that he did in the first chapters that you're like, wow. What? Oh, it's immense. Sorry, I just went off on a tangent there.
I love tangents. That's what we do here, Richard. Well, yeah, please, all night.
Excellent. I'm an Aquarius, so tangents are required.
Yeah, those are required. I love that. That's hilarious. Well, so then it's just everyone out there. Just thanks for we're doing this together as we go along this strange, crazy world and relate Is it a mirror, Donghua, which means an anime? It's not, because when you enter into the tarot club of the Richard Ruach and Brandon Lee, Magus in the Media, no Hylix coming at you in such fashionable order, because this is the tarot club and we are all the fool. And as we go into that, it's good to understand, like, why does it catch such our fancy, right, with the Lovecraftian horror? And so you get the idea of Lovecraft's world is, again, as you were talking about, the unknown, the eternal. I would state the term chthonic forces, meaning the old ones, an ancient realm of mere creational and destructional forces that are more eternal and long living than any of us. So these creatures that H.P. Lovecraft created, who, again, he was a cosmic horror writer who was a very strange gentleman, and you're more than welcome, go look up his strangeness online. But for this, it's knowing that there are the terms as Cthulhu, as well as Yog-Sothoth, and they're embodiments of fear and death and chaos and all of these crazy nighttime forces. Alan Moore's taken a lot of the work. I do highly recommend everyone reading Providence. It will and may drive you insane, but that's the idea.
It's an incomprehensibility. I think there's like one story where someone astrally projects in a Lovecraft story and they see Yog-Sothoth or whatever. Yeah. But the description is interesting because it's like wherever the guy looks, he sees a limb, but then it becomes a tentacle. And then sometimes there's eyes, but then there's not eyes. And it's not that it's a horrific mass and that's its nature. It's that the guy actually cannot comprehend what he's looking at. And so his consciousness can't like fix onto what it is. It's beyond his understanding.
It's beautiful. That's beautiful. It's like an inversion of your imaginal forces at large. Very interactive with like the cliphotic powers, right?
And also one thing I want to add to that as well is this adds a very interesting thing. I actually find this in a lot of Eastern stories, light novels, and all of those kind of wuxia fictions. Because they're Eastern, they don't have Christian morality, somewhat to say. But because of that, it's interesting. It's not that they invert it or say things that are evil are actually good. And this is where the Lovecraftian thing comes in. It's more about sanity versus insanity.
Yes.
Because it's not that you do good or you do evil. It's almost like and it's not that, it just doesn't account, because there can be people who are immoral, but they're able to maintain their sanity, and that allows them to develop along the paths of divinity and Lord of Mysteries. Whereas there are other people who may be perfectly moral, but they succumb to insanity. And so morality is all well and good, but sanity versus insanity is where it's at. And that's another dimension, which is very well done in Lord of Mysteries.
Ooh, yeah, I like that. That makes a lot of sense, especially because of, I feel like the moral structures that have been created and this binary, this dialectic, so to speak, seem to only lead us into a bunch of troubles. And when you get to the other side of things, it's more, the closer you get that way, it's more Platonic, but obviously that Eastern style of there's like, as you're like the good and the privation of the good. And divine madness and that complete takeover of Eros, and all of a sudden you're dealing with all these different forces as you're again like vying for the mystic as he swims through the chaos instead of like drowning like the madman, which then goes into the East to exactly what you're talking about. It's fast. It's fucking fascinating. It's brilliant. And I feel like that's the shit that like I've felt in my own life, vying on this path of trying to be a better human. And I guess as we are talking about right now, the art of becoming a beyonder, the art of the sovereign magician, somebody who is trying to figure out the chaos of this world, because as reality like slips into this next realm, I feel like, and we're going through it in our everyday, it doesn't matter where you're at in the world. You're across the fucking world, across the pond there, Richard, and I'm over here. And it's like, now we've like, we're in the astral temple currently discussing topics that are actually, are masked in a story, but are so real to our everyday life that the Lovecraftian horror integrates with the existential angst that all of us feel on a daily basis due to the possibilities and probabilities of our own life, no matter what it is. It feels great. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yes. I'm vibing.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Now, should we go through some other characters now?
Yes.
We had Klein.
Yeah. Please.
And then we have the next 3 coming up.
Beautiful. This is a great, and we're also very, Richard and I have been trying, due to being across the pond, tried to figure out how to get this going on, and we want to do more together as well. And time frames are tough, but we will. This is
the first of many. This is the beginning.
This is
the beginning.
This is the initiation into the Tarot Club. Okay, give us the
I'm coming straight from it, but yeah. So we get the next 3 lot of characters. We get Dunn Smith, Leonard. What's Leonard's last name again?
Like Cohen. No, I'm joking.
Cohen.
That's
and then Daly.
Yeah.
And then Madame Daly, or I can't remember.
Dolly. I say Dolly.
This is actually one thing I want to say about the Eastern stuff as well. I really appreciate when anime authors and stuff do Western style fantasy, because there's this thing of them making up names that sound Western but are not names that anyone ever uses.
Right. Yeah.
Like just like, oh, there's a female witch and her name is Jagorette or something. And I'm like, that's not a name, but it sounds kind of Germanic. And it can totally fit in to like a fantasy world.
It's so true.
And it's like, I actually really appreciate it when an Easterner makes a kind of a Western style fantasy, because the names, just because of the names. Although I should mention, in Lord of Mysteries coming up next season, it'll be interesting to see what they do, because the author of Lord of Mysteries, he has good names, but every now and then one time he got super lazy, and there's this one bit where it's like, there's this wraith from a secret cult who's coming to get you, and his name is Steve.
No, shut up.
It's the wraith Steve.
It's like, this chapter's due. I got to get this out right now.
Yeah. He's like, can't think of names, and he just calls it like, yeah. It's like, what? There's a zombie, a werewolf, and the wraith that leads them, and it's just like, what? Anyway,
no,
what is it? So, but yeah, Leonard
Mitchell. It's Leonard Mitchell. Thank you, Halogen5580, for your. We phoned a friend.
Yes. Madame Daly and Dunn Smith.
Yep.
And we should mention, like, their paths that they have taken are quite interesting. Madame Daly she's taken the Corpse Collector potion, and she's made it to sequence 7, at least at that point. So it's interesting. She's spent her time with the dead. She's the quintessential goth girl. She is the goth waifu that all the guys online want.
Oh yeah.
Archetypally, that's what she is.
That's hilarious. It's so true.
The goth girl waifu.
And I like it in the chapter in the actual web novel where Dunn Smith makes a joke, and he's all like, and right now we have a Nighthawk who is actually she's pretending to be a spirit medium to hide her true beyond her ability, which is a spirit medium. You're all like, that's genius. That's genius. Okay, go on.
No, I was gonna say, but that's great. That's what you need to do. I mean, that's Klein's key to unlocking the sphere potion. And you see that a lot. Guys who figure out the acting method in the series are quite funny, because often you like see them in certain places. Like there's one character that's an apothecary, but then he unlocks another kind of sequence, and then he just disappears. And then later there's a circus, and you see him like taming animals. It's like it's to literally take on the profession, kind of acting as if you were, allows the potion to digest if you literally just take the profession. It's like, I think they did some real world test where they got a bunch of actors and put them on a boat and just said, you're the captain, you're this, and just go for it. And they had no previous experience. None of them were actual sailors, but pretending to be sailors and just figuring it out, they actually were able to steer the boat and make it to like the end of this thing.
I love that.
And so it's literally, to become an expert at something is one thing, but if you sort of just adopt an image and fake it, that's almost 80%.
Oh yeah.
80% of the role. Sorry, anyway, I interrupted.
No, there's no interruption. That's exactly it. No, I completely agree. That is within, I would even state, it's the same thing that Crowley talks about in a lot of his work. As you're going in, you want to learn all of the things, right? And then you even get Crowley in The Mystery of Prior, And what is it? Do your will, but do no harm. So there's a lot of different things coming from the different Western esoteric traditions. But before we even get to, I want to first, so everybody knows what we've got the question here. What is a beyonder? So tell me, what is a beyonder, Richard?
A beyonder is someone who has begun to go beyond. So there are humans in this world, and then there is the paths of the divine. And someone who steps, basically, this is hard because it's going to get into the cosmology.
Yeah, let's do it.
So in the beginning, there was the original creator. In this world, think of it as basically it's the same as our world, plus the original creator.
Yeah.
And the original creator was a being of complete contradiction. So all of the paths, every time you see a beyonder characteristic in the show, all of those things didn't used to be a part of that world. It was actually all a single being. And that single being, because of contradiction, its own internal contradictions, its own state, basically shattered and endowed the world with, you could say, different aspects of vital aspects. And so people in the world have figured out, maybe we'll definitely go more deep into this, into the blasphemy slate and all of that. But like, they have found out that if you are able to collect certain things that have the same correspondence, like so corpse collector, there would be a plant and perhaps an animal that corresponds to this specific sequence. And if you mix them together with supplementary ingredients, it creates something. The potion is really the beyonder characteristic that is consumable. Yeah. And when you take it, you drink it, it transforms you. So this is the other thing. It is a path of transfiguration. The path of the beyonder is a path of transfiguration. And each step is dangerous. Yeah. You don't, obviously, the characters we follow have main character, the main character shield. Yeah. But there are, I think, we'll see it next season. There's, in the next volume, there's one example that's given. There's a guy who takes the apprentice potion, the same one that Force has. You see this in like a vision. He like takes a sequence 9 potion and he just explodes.
Wow, really?
And it's like, you can go insane and die. You can turn into a monster, or you just like, it insta kills you.
Yeah.
So, and that's a danger you have with literally each and every potion sequence you take. So the Beyonder isn't just a one and done. You take a potion, it transforms you. And then and it's interesting, there's this whole thing about, Beyonder characteristics, and they almost magnetically are in sympathy with each other, and they kind of start to attract to each other. Because you can be a person in this world and not be in connection or experience anything supernatural whatsoever for a large portion of your life. But as soon as you take a Beyonder potion, you will begin to connect with Beyonders. It's a magnetic thing. And that's just like in this world. You go through this world, just living your life, and then all of a sudden someone gives you a book like, what the Kabbalah, Aleister Crowley, or like something. Yeah. And then from that point on, you see it everywhere. It's like Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, Franz Barton, like Hermetics, what? And it was always there. It was always there. That's what you begin to see. And you begin to work your way through this path towards sequence 1 and perhaps beyond.
Perhaps beyond, perhaps into the Ein Sof hours of the beyond. And I love that. That's a great. And so I'm going to add a little more into it. Yes, and again, please head on over to both Richard's and I's channels after this, because you can check out a bunch of Lord of Mysteries work there. I've done up to episode 4. And in my first 2 episodes I put out of the Lord of Mysteries, it goes through exactly how I think it matches up to the Tree of Life, and I'm going to tell you right now. And so the idea, and this is what I've come up with, and this is what they put out there, so it's not just my idea, but I'm just speaking it out into the world right now, is that there are 9. There's 22 pathways, and there are 9 sequences as you move along these pathways. Just like there are 22 paths on the Tree of Life, and there are 10 Sephiroth on the Tree of Life that makes the glyph of the Tree of Life, the glyph of a story of our life that is trying to understand, again, as Richard talked about, the cosmology of our very being, the cosmogenic cycle, and more than that, if you read into David James Smith's work, he's doing all kinds of crazy shit with it, and is fascinating in and of itself to break down how existence works. And this is beautiful because then the 9 sequences that you go along the 22 paths, each one of us has the ability to take one of the level 9 potions, and that potion, like we see with Klein Moretti, he takes the seer potion. Every little secret organization in all the different cities across this world have their own groupings, right? So for this secret organization called the Nighthawks, which Klein gets accepted into because it's kind of like a secret order, a magical school, or any of these things, it's then connected to a larger egregore. This egregore here are called different churches. And this one that the Nighthawks are connected to is the Church of the Evernight Goddess, who sounds like a fucking babe to me.
Mummy Evernight. Oh, just you wait, baby. Just you wait.
Yeah, and it's like fascinating. And so even when I made one of my videos and I put this image I found on Pinterest of the Evernight Goddess, I had some fucking weebs out there like, you don't know what she looks like. No one knows what she looks like. I can't believe you would put this up. And I'm all like, bro, just let's calm down. We're exuding a feeling here in a moment. But as you then, right, let's say you have a strange experience in your life, just like Richard was talking about, and all of a sudden you may have taken some kind of entheogenic drug or cannabis, turned on that 5th circuit, or you had a life or death situation, car accident, you saw a ghost, all these different crazy, some supernatural event, which again, I don't actually in my in my philosophies, the supernatural, I don't really, it's different, but that doesn't matter for this. The idea is that it changes you, and you now have a keener insight into the patterns of existence, and all of a sudden you see things more into this world. And so Dunn Smith talks to Klein about this, where it's like, interesting enough, you could have had something crazy happen to you, and then there could be beyonders that are involved with this, or these secret societies, and they could be manipulating things behind the scenes, like we see in our everyday existence. And as that's happening, maybe a beyonder or an old god, or the first, any of these things are connected to it, these demons of the shadow realm of the Lovecraftian horrors, or it couldn't be any of those things, and then you could be fine for years, but then all of a sudden die tragically because of this strange globular mercurial substance, this thing that connects us all, the magical field and of the astral light, or the magic mirror of the magicians, is then what happens is then you have the ability to become a beyonder, because now you see through things. Klein gets that ability, he takes a seer potion, and he doesn't truly what I like about this is he doesn't just truly become the seer of that potion in that sequence. As you've been talking about, it needs to digest.
Yes.
And so when you're digesting these potions, you have to do things, but you don't really know right away how to digest these things. And you come to find out, because Klein has the ability, since he actually can read Chinese, not just Phasic or Hermes in this world, he gets handed this note from old Emperor Roselle. So this 4th Epoch king, who he right away kind of spills the beans, could be a fellow Izakaya, a transmigrator. He's like, could this guy be from my world? Who knows? He created all these crazy things, like the tarot cards, like the coins, like the blah, blah, blah. And so interesting enough, he realizes that maybe right away he learns, what's this acting method that he's talking about? It's not just digesting. And then as you go upon it, more potions, more things, more ingredients, until you reach, as Richard was saying, sequence 1, which is this godlike being, and then maybe beyond that, and then go back to it. That perfect sequence starts at Yesod, number 9. That's where I connect it to. I think all the people on the planet are in Sephiroth 10, the Malkuth, the kingdom. And then once you take upon that 30-second pathway, what we call the universe card, it is the 30-second pathway is the path of the imagination. And so as you moving upon the path of imagination, because you've tapped into a different world, you then have the ability to be presented with something from the moon, something from the high priestess, the initiator herself, and then you have the ability to choose. Klein, will you become a beyonder?
I was gonna say, if the moon offers you anything in Lord of Mysteries, I would not be taking it.
Yeah, right. It's kind of like Pan's Labyrinth. It's like, or what's her name going into the underworld? It's like, and then eating the pomegranate seed, Persephone.
Also, shout out, another guy is in the chat. Howdy, another guy.
Oh, nice. There he is. Yo, another guy. I wasn't even looking. Yeah, he's the goat. Brilliant. Well, thank you for joining us, another guy. Oh, what do you think of my so you got the tarot, you have the Kabbalah, the tree of life, got the 9 sequences mapping on to the 9 Sephiroth. There are 10 Sephiroth. We are all on the 10th Sephiroth. We are all part of that. And then the 9 sequences and the pathways you choose. What do you think?
That's interesting. I like it. I like what you've done. I like what you've done. There's another. You've read, what is it, Dion Fortune's Mystical Kabbalah, right?
Oh, yeah.
And she talks about Malkuth physical world, Esoteric, and then Hod is the mental, and then Netzach is astral.
Yep.
I also see that as a correspondence in the. I'm not sure if they did this in the show, because I read the novel and watched the show.
Yeah.
But when he's being taught by what's his name, Mystery Prior Man.
Yep. Oh, he's being taught by Old Neil.
O'Neill.
Old Pappy
Old Neil. And Old Neil tells him about the physical body, and then you have, do they call it the vital body or etheric body? There's a body of life.
Yeah.
But then you have other bodies.
Yeah.
And he says there's a body of the heart and mind, which is the mental body. And then he says astral body. They use the term. And then there's the spirit or soul body, which is then on Tippereth. And that structure, I was like, oh my God, this is Kabbalistic. This guy, in my mind, I was like, this guy's read Mystical Kabbalah or something like that. That was another way that I saw Kabbalah in this show. It's baked into the structure of the cosmos. Yeah,
it's beautiful. And that, what you just said, only adds on to exactly what I was talking about. I completely agree. And especially because everyone should, again, head over after this, go watch Richard's Lord of Mysteries video you did. It is fantastic. He's got great editing skills. Great editing skills. But I completely agree, because what it does is it's the layers of the system, because again, one of the goals of the magician, especially the ceremonial magician, is not to only tap into the holy guardian angel and then to cross the abyss, but in the process, it's to activate the light body in all of its splendor and glory. And that has many layers of it, as some of the ancient Renaissance thinkers and the ancient magicians we have many maps that shows that. And so I think exactly what you're talking about, of the different bodies, because then that goes along with the idea of of what I want to talk about. Also, we can go back to the characters, but also what happens to Klein as he then is trying to figure out how to get back home. Because one of the reasons he even got to this world transmigrated to begin with was because he got a luck enhancement ritual in the normal world, where he walked by a thing, he got a grimoire, just went home because he's having shitty luck. Right?
I mean, yeah.
And so,
does he have shitty luck?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he does, because then all these things happen, and somehow this luck enhancement ritual taps into the ritual he does then to tap into the gray fog. And so my theory is, since I haven't seen it, Richard has, and maybe he's being nice, not saying anything, but is that the Lord of Mysteries, spoiler alert, is itself a god and a being that's pulling in and trying to actuate itself into the real world in some way, because there's different realms that they go on. I know there's an Amon and all these goddesses. The Evernight goddess is a real person. And so it's an interesting amalgamation as they move up the sequences to become higher beings, right?
That's actually, you pretty much guessed it.
Okay, nice.
Because can I tell you,
please,
can I give you the cosmology and law? So you know how I mentioned the original creator?
Yeah.
This is also one thing with names. Everyone in the chat who's read it has had the same problem as me. There's 4 different guys who have similar names. The original creator, the primordial sun god, the ancient sun god, and the true creator are 4 completely different entities from different epochs. And they all have similar names. It's annoying. But the original creator, when the first time he shattered, he split into 2 beings. He split into, I believe it's the primordial sun god, who is kind of the sun god, but if you imagine the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, the god of the sun, the god of knowledge, and the god of storms. And then also throw in the ancient dragon god. Like, the primordial sun god could solo all 4 of those gods. He's above, he's completely OP. But there's 2 beings. So after the original creator kind of shattered, there were 2 kind of main beings, the primordial sun god and the original Lord of Mysteries.
Mm.
And he's the owner of the castle above the great, the original owner of the castle above the Grey Fog.
Yeah. Fascinating. That's fucking amazing. And how they get there. And what's cool about this is it's kind of got that shonen action, you know, like where they're battling these chthonic entities, that demons that come through.
Yeah, that's actually one thing I quite liked about the anime is they did add some extra action scenes, but it does add to the story and it makes it hard. It makes it good.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, nice. You got one. I think I've never seen this before, so this must be on your side. Great.
Must be.
One of us.
We have a convert. Everyone read, watch Lord of Mysteries.
Yeah, and if you haven't, you know, let's get back into it for all those new people. We're talking about Lord of Mysteries, Chinese donghua. That's a web novel. Donghua means anime, and it's a steampunk Lovecraftian horror mixed transmigration, Western esoteric occult grimoire, basically. That's teaching us all the art of becoming a beyonder to be able to battle the chthonic forces that are trying to take over the world. Right? Isn't that what's going on here?
Are they trying to take over the world? This is the thing that's interesting. There seem to be forces that are trying to move together, that are trying the original, because this is the thing about the acting method, and they sort of talk about this, it's very esoteric. What the acting method does is there's some kind of primordial consciousness in the beyonder characteristic in the potion itself. It's like there's a bit of the original creator's mind in each potion. And when you act in a certain way, your mind locks in. Like when you're doing math, you're in a completely different state of mind than you are from when you're surfing. And so it's like your conscious structures shape differently, shall we say it like that. And so it's like when you're acting in a certain way, your consciousness, the framework shifts and into the same way that the structure of the original kind of creator's consciousness in the potion is. And because of that syncing together, then it kind of dupes the potion into thinking, oh, this is the guy. And it becomes a part of you fully.
That's
the digestion brilliant. Is it becoming a part of you fully.
Yeah. That's amazing. That kind of reminds me of how Goku has to tap into Ultra Instinct in Dragon Ball Super. That, you know, have you ever seen any of that?
What is it? The training arc, and he has to, every atom of his body needs to become conscious or something.
It's basically, and then he has to completely let go altogether to allow Ultra Instinct and the godhood to merge with him, so he can be. He's basically training to be an angel. He's becoming Wiz, I think. Who knows? But yeah, that's fascinating. So I like that, because as you were saying that, it does remind me, because each of the chthonic forces or the people who are trying to become beyonders, kind of like in this world, have their own agenda. And they want it for one reason or another. And it's like my reasoning why, like, as Buckminster Fuller talks about, like how to Operation Spaceship Earth. This spaceship is actually not being run by anybody. That's why it's a madhouse. And this whole idea of like there is one Illuminati who are ruling over us all with like one plan. It's like that's a bunch of science fiction nonsense. But there are many different individuals with many different plans, and sometimes they come together, like in Lord of Mysteries, where all these secret orders, they are doing their own thing, and then they come together to move a force or do something, and then there's probably some infighting, they split apart, all this craziness happens through time, right?
And so, yeah, and so there seems to be something that's moving everything back to one apex, and that's actually maybe it may not be what you want, because in a sense, you know, you need an individual to be a unity. Yeah. But in this world, we live in a world of plurality. It's like we live in a pluralistic universe.
Nice.
And that's, to live, we need a kind of a separation. And so, but there are some other things, like, I don't know, there's this thing in the series where they start talking about it. They talk about the cosmos. It'll get mentioned eventually, but as soon as it gets mentioned, it's like, you never mess with the cosmos.
Right.
And there's like, I think there's like one scene, because it's the whole thing in this is also, if you learn about something you're not supposed to, that can actually ruin your like kind of mind.
Yeah.
There are even some artifacts where you learn about them can actually damage you, or the artifacts can influence you. Hence, we find about that one at the end of the first season, which is very interesting. But the cosmos, there's like one scene in the comic, in the novel way later, where someone learns about the cosmos and they learn too much. And then no one else sees this, but they look up at the sky and I think it turns red and all of the stars become eyes and they immediately die.
Wow, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
So let's just say there's some other things out there. There's some other things out there.
Well, and that's just like the whole in Indiana Jones when he drinks from the wrong cup because he was he chose wrong, or when the Ark of the Covenant, for those who are unworthy and try to open up its heavenly splendor, they die because of it's too much for their forces. And then it reminds me what we talked about earlier about how it came and gone. But the other reminder, you ever seen Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Oh yeah.
Obviously. Okay, good. I'm just making sure. I would have cut the stream right there. I
mean, that's required watching for everyone. Elemental magic and psychology par excellence.
It is. And so the idea is when Aang at the very end has the ability to take away Fire Lord Ozai's bending, you get this battle of will and purity happen, and Aang's his whole being ended up being that it's like the weighing of the feather, the feather of Ma'at against your heart against the feather. If your heart is light as a feather, then you can move into the Osirian initiation, and if not, you must go into the underworld of the dead and be tortured and all that shit. But
just for the comment section, Avatar: The Last Airbender, not the blue aliens.
No, we don't promote Cameronian blue alien Furbies.
None of this Cameronian propaganda.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you. Yeah, we don't adhere to that propaganda here, even though it doesn't matter. The idea is Avatar: The Last Airbender is canonical work that if you haven't watched it, you need to. And just realize the first part of it is going to be more kid-like, but very, very fast becomes very adult. And each one of the elements in that is actual martial art that you can train. And I highly recommend, as I tell you here all the time, if there's one way to battle the archonic chthonic forces of the privation of the good, which we call evil, it would be to learn magic and train kung fu. We promote kung fu training, mastery of self, because it's very similar to what Klein's got to figure out these mysteries. Like what, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's one thing that I think they cut out of the anime is in the novel, he gets a martial arts instructor.
Nice. He does?
Yeah, they send him to this guy who is like an ex-knight or an ex-nighthawk or something, and
that's cool.
They get him to like physically train him. But as soon as he takes the clown potion, all of a sudden his limbs are far looser and he's faster and fitter, and he no longer needs to kind of see him.
Oh, I like that. He kind of hits his own flow state. Very Bruce Lee. Nice. It's okay, Richard's member. Sorry, Kung Fu is an inferior martial art. It is not, especially if you if you train Sanda, which is the kickboxing / like Muay Thai boxing style of Chinese martial arts. What you're talking about, Richard's member, is you're talking about a McDojo, and that is within every martial art. And so I hear you. If you're just training shitty traditional McDojo Kung Fu, I agree. I fucking talk shit to them all day long. But if you interact with the Kung Fu training with actually understanding stand-up boxing, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, the idea is to learn all of the elements. Thank you. That's my and I'll hit you with this. So firebending is northern style Kung Fu, a lot of the large kicks, wushu-esque things. Southern style, earthbending is Hungar, which is a southern style. Airbending is Bagua, one of the lightest internal martial arts, which is based off of the 8 trigrams of the I Ching. And your waterbending is Tai Chi. And so all of those, which also Tai Chi means grand ultimate after the Wuji state, it's the integration of all these things, understanding that it's not just an internal thing, but it's not just an external, and you have both. And then you also do stand up so you can interact it with actual application and fighting. Great question.
So thank you, Tyler, for the 27.
Oh, nice. Fucking great work, Tyler. Evangelion mentioned, yet I'm an old Not yet, but we'll get there
Not
because
yet.
that also has the Kabbalah and the strange psychological breakthroughs.
So, also with the characters as well, we mentioned Daly, we mentioned Dunn. With Leonard,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm a bit torn because in the novel, you just don't know what Leonard's deal is.
Yeah, right.
You just don't know. And then it's only 4 volumes later you figure out what's up. But in the show, they actually have his shadow kind of come to life and be like, give him advice. And it's like, you kind of, and I mean, you may not know who that is yet.
No, I don't.
But let's just say he could give Mr. Azek a run for his money. That guy's probably one of the strongest guys in the show.
Yeah, oh my God. And in the newest 3 episodes, you get him in the last one, and it was so sweet.
And that's another thing with Mr. Azek is they kind of hide his level for ages, whereas in this, they're just like, he's probably a sequence 2. And I'm like...
That's hilarious. No, I love that. And yes, I'm another guy. I'm sorry. I have not finished Lord of Mysteries yet. So yes, and we're continually dim-mocking all our opponents with that death of the fists of death. I do agree. And so Klein has now had the ability, because of their investigating him, but at the same time, so in the show, he then can go and become a Nighthawk because he's seen the supernatural. He's seen beyond the veil, so to speak. And the Nighthawks are one of the secret societies that kind of help keep the normal, everyday forces of nature away from everybody else, right? Is that that's a good little... You think that's a good way of saying it?
Yeah. They're the ones who keep because that's the other thing. Because there's this force behind all of the Beyonder characteristics, you actually don't want everyone to become a Beyonder. You kind of want to leave the stuff in nature. Yeah. And so even if people become a Beyonder, you may not even want to teach them the acting method. Just stay sequence 9. You're cool. You're cool.
I feel like that's when I've, in real life, I think we see a lot of that. It's what, you should just read that and just keep doing that.
Well, what's that? You learned about remote viewing? Yeah, just stick with that. Don't learn anymore. Don't learn anymore. No, keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, no,
learn everything.
Yeah, learn it all. No, I like that. And then, so what's your favorite? And then that's what we're talking about right now is all the different characters of the Nighthawks that we get, the so-called good guys that are going around there trying to keep the bad guys at bay, and the bad guys being errant Beyonders, people who have taken a little too much. Because just like in the our real world, where not all magicians, not all occultists, obviously not all individuals who are trying to better themselves are doing it with the best intentions in mind. And the more Sith action of power, identity, lust, ego, a lot of the pitfalls and traps that come along with taking, as they say, too much, too soon, too fast. And not understanding Eliphas Levi's dictum of to know, to dare, to will, and to keep silent. And so there's this interesting Crowleyanity thing that I always kind of reminds me of, where it's like, does that make sense? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's interesting, the little secret societies, the people who are kind of supposedly evil. It's like, why do they exist in this world? Why they exist in that world is interesting as well, because you don't necessarily want there to be a bunch of sequence 1 Beyonder, sequence 1 Beyonders running around. And also, if you just have, there's this whole thing, if you just kind of have Beyonder characteristics lying around, sometimes they can kind of corrupt things, or just you get relics, and you need them to be locked away. You need them to be locked away in the churches. But the other thing is about the progression system. They haven't gotten to it because Klein is such a low level, but I think we'll get some in the next season. At a certain point of progression, it's not just the acting method. You also need to involve ritual, but you also need to specifically do things. But it's like and this is why I really like the system in Lord of Mysteries, because in other cultivation stories, shall we say, it's just like, become a hermit and put chi in your dantian. And then you have a fortuitous encounter with a man who gives you a magic alchemical thing. And now you have reached the transcendent level, and that's it. Right. Whereas in this, it's like there's this one potion sequence where it's like not just drinking the potion, but you need to make a group of 30 people follow you into battle. And they need to be completely aligned with you to such an extent that you can communicate with them non-verbally and go into battle with them. and take the potion while like you're kind of fighting. Guess what is it path that requires that kind of that, but it's like there are different kind of rituals, and some of them become quite elaborate, like, you know, make a society of people. And so it's interesting when you see certain secret societies, it kind of implies that there's a guy who's not a member of a church, who's some ungodly, like he's a sequence 3 or a sequence 2, and he's trying to kind of make it to the top. And let's just say the gods, there are gods that are good, and then there are gods that are not so good, like the hidden sage, who kind of who, let's just say, even though there are these gods there and the gods themselves have this weird factionalization, they all may not necessarily want other gods to arise, or maybe they do for a specific reason.
Yeah. Oh, really? And interesting. Yeah, that's so fascinating. Because like right now, what you're getting in the first season, when everyone out there, if they're watching it, or in the beginning of the books, is you're just really getting Klein going along and just understanding what Beyonders are. That there are certain sequences, some are more powerful than others. Gunsmith is the captain who leads the Nighthawks. And as he's doing so, you realize that that bastard's super strong. He's like sequence 7?
Sequence 7 Nightmare.
Yep.
But I think the other thing is he does get a bit of a boost. You see that one fight scene he has, which is sick.
Yes.
He's actually fighting a sequence 6.
Yes.
But
that's the woman. That's the demoness. The demoness.
And the thing that should be remembered about like potions is you can actually take 2 of the same potion. Like if you're sequence 7 Nightmare, and you can actually take another sequence 7 potion to like boost your power.
Oh.
But it doesn't actually make a qualitative change. It only extends kind of so like if you then were to fight another sequence 7 of the same thing, maybe your abilities would last longer than yours, but you wouldn't necessarily be more powerful.
It's like a mono boost.
Yeah, whereas the actual going up a sequence actually is a qualitative difference, and that's the term they use. It's a qualitative difference, and it should be noticed, like, the reason why Dunn can tango with her is because it's one, he fully digested his sequence 7 potion, so he's like Chad, and also I think it's like full moon, and Nightmare potion actually gets boosted on full moon, and so he can just tango with this like sequence 6 demoness lady.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. And so that makes me think about how, so the term occult can come into play here, which all of this is that occult hidden forces, as Agrippa would talk about, that like the planets and stones and minerals and most aspects of our natural life give off occult forces, hidden, not power, so to speak, but if you tap into these things in a talismanic, ritualistic, prayer, any different ways, that way you can, based upon the hours of astrology and these things, you can tap into the essence of the thing itself, and it can imbue certain kind of attributes to you in this life. And now in this universe that we're talking about, the Lord of Mysteries, they're doing that with the potions, which each, like, we get a cool scene with old Neil as Klein takes the seer potion, of him like mixing the potion by taking all these different aspects of things to create the potion. And that's also what we get throughout the story is especially in the beginning, is like, I don't have all the ingredients, I need to get these ingredients. And so they go down to some fucking market which that helps them understand that one of these characters who's trying to get to a higher sequence is, you know, a bad guy, and he's trying the assassin pathway and the demonist sect and all these different things, you know. And so, and that's when interesting enough.
Have you read past that bit in the novel?
I'm not there. No, I'm almost there.
Because that's another interesting bit that they didn't include. There's a lot of Klein side stories. Because he also, in that market, he picks up on someone buying a spectator potion because he heard the spectator potion formula from Algier.
Right.
And so he kind of figures out, and he gets this guy to basically be a little secret information broker, some random spectator, and was it Tingen? It's great. It's great.
No, I love that. And I do want to shout out, did we say the last shout out?
Yes, Lampshade, thank you.
Where is it? Yeah, Lampshade. Thank you there, Mr. Lampshade. This is fantastic. Magical knife fighting. It's god tier martial arts. Plus, you can put enchanted crystal and hilt and meteorite iron, like the Egyptian pharaohs call it, mage blade. Lampshade, I completely agree. And so I will tell you, the The magical knife fighting god tier martial art is called Filipino martial arts, and it is god tier, and I highly recommend everyone to integrate your Filipino martial arts, your eskrima sticks and your knife fighting with your Wing Chun and Hung Gar, as well as learning Muay Thai and boxing, and you will become Satoru Gojo, which is really important aspect of our life. And so Dan Inosanto is the teacher of a high level of Filipino martial arts. Dan Inosanto was the student and also a fellow teacher of Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do Academy. And Dan Inosanto is still out there training, and I highly recommend everyone go train with him. I got really lucky. My teacher trained with him for a while. And so we learn what we can out in this world of trying to make that disc and travel amongst the chaos of shitty interior roads and plane riding.
Also, Adamu asks, do you think old Neil could have succeeded? I would say no.
Oh, with what he was doing? Yeah, you don't think so?
I think if he was trying to bring his wife back, she would have been like freaking the girl from Possession.
Oh, yeah, that's hilarious. I haven't seen that, but I've seen clips. And then Gun Kata from the movie I love. What's it with?
Equilibrium?
I fucking love that. It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
That's great.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
Equilibrium is fantastic. And I mean, pre-John Wick, I mean, they obviously stole stuff from Equilibrium.
100%. That movie is peak.
Dog Brothers. I don't know Dog Brothers. I know Ghost Dog. And that's with
Ghost Dog's great, man. You've seen all the good movies,
bro. I was wondering if we had similar taste. I think we're brothers. I think we're brothers from another mother. Yeah, you were hanging out with you hang out with Colin online, and Colin's fantastic as well. And so
he's a very well-spoken young man.
Yes, he is. We should have a threesome some night.
Oh, I'm down.
We
got to get him into Lord of Mysteries.
That's what I know we do. It's
like put down the late Platonists, Colin. Pick up a fantasy.
I agree. He's coming out with his own fantasy book. So I think he's been writing that, and I think that's going to come out in the next few months. And so the next one should be a science fiction gothic horror mixed with Freemasonry for him, right? And that's not what he's doing now, but we should talk him into some kind of
big peepee. I'm hard right now.
Dog Brothers is a fighting club. They do full contact stick fighting. Oh, interesting. I'll look into it. Thank you, Richard's member.
Okay.
Yeah, nice. Leonard Mitchell, bro, was actually for me, I love poetry and whatnot, and his Midnight Poet is so awesome, and how he taps into the archaic bard-like poetry as he's wrapping people into his mystical flower garden of templehood. I don't know. It's that first fight that happens with Klein and him as they take down the two errant.
Yeah, they're just kind of like bandit dudes.
Yeah, that then turn into. I think the pen does something to turn them into monsters. I don't really understand that part.
Because I don't think they're beyonders. I think they're cursed. They get cursed and they transform into monsters from that. Because that's the whole thing with what's his face, the kid who takes the Antigonus book and turns into a huge monster. He's not a beyonder. That kid isn't a beyonder either.
Right. Oh, you're talking. You're talking about the Antigonus family member who goes crazy. Yeah, the last one, which I found was fantastic. That's something interesting. He does that quite a bit. Later on, there's this other guy who's the last descendant of the Trunuset Empire or something, and he's just some bum who gets drunk, and then you think he's gonna do something, but then he just dies. That's funny. Well, you know what that reminds me of, Richard? That reminds me of probably like the newest Vanderbilt children and Rothschild children. It's like the newest bloodline family members are all like retards.
Yeah.
It's like their families have run things for a long time, and then you get these like legit idiot nepotistic children who don't know how to do correct blood sacrifices.
They need to I don't know if they're ultra rich. They need to do some kind of full contact sport or something.
Yeah, I agree.
Because that's the only way for someone who lives with literally no pressure. You need to do something where you can lose.
No, it's so true. That's so funny. That's probably why they were so good for so long, the bloodline families. And then all of a sudden they got too rich and their kids didn't have any stress to put themselves in, and you get Hunter Biden and
then they just rot from the inside out.
Yeah, they take too much ketamine.
Ugh, which happens in Lord of Mysteries, except when they rot from the inside out, they turn into monsters. They actually turn into monsters. The inside gets extroverted radically.
Yeah, I like that. That's a great
I think talking
allegory.
about what is it, Leonard's Midnight Poetry, it's also interesting to kind of look at the archetype of that little potion sequence, the Sleepless, Midnight Poet, and Nightmare. The first potion, Sleepless, I got to mention, out of all the potions, that is actually a tempting one, because one of the things about Sleepless Potion is you no longer have to sleep.
Oh, right. I read
Which
that.
none of the other potion sequences do that. That's the only one that does that.
Interesting.
So you can just not sleep after that. So basically, from Leonard onwards, none of those people have to sleep. They can actually just go 24 hours.
So they continue to not need sleep even after that. That's just so. Do you get to keep the Beyonder skills you had from the previous sequence?
Yes, and this also seems to be, well, it depends. This also seems to be a bit of a problem. Some potions, like the Hunter pathway, which in the sequel, Circle of Inevitability, the main character is a Hunter pathway guy. That's about building cumulative powers. Some pathways seem to cancel out previous powers. Like you'll see in the next volume, there's, what is it, Madame Bodyguard. She's in a particular pathway, but it doesn't seem, some abilities keep, but some previous abilities just seem to be kind of cast aside.
Interesting. That makes sense, though. You have to burn away the dead ash you don't need anymore because you become so powerful.
It does kind of make sense, but also, like, I mean, this is one problem that you get towards more like volume 4 and whatnot, where if you get two characters that are both like above sequence 4 fighting, it kind of becomes ridiculous because it's just like, I'm going to kill you. And then it's like, I'm going to cancel out you killing me by pulling an image of myself out of history and like reverting time. And it's like, what the fuck? And then if you have 3 dudes, like there's this one insane bit further on. Let's just say there's an apotheosis ritual at one point. And there's like 5 people who are sequence 3 and above of different pathways, and the abilities are just I can't wait for it to be in the anime to see how crazy this fight scene will. Because in the manga, it almost makes, sorry, in the novel, reading it almost makes no sense. Like it's hard to follow what's going on. Mm-hmm. But that's the other good thing about the Donghua. You actually see kind of what's happening, so you're not beholden to the descriptions. But let's just say some of the OP fights later on become a little confusing because of all of the world-breaking and reality-breaking powers.
No, I love that. And because that reminds me of, have you read all of Jujutsu Kaisen?
No, I started reading Jujutsu Kaisen before the anime when it was a manga, but then I switched to Chainsaw Man, and I haven't gone back to it yet. Go
back only because, and I will state, so as you stated in the beginning about you with the web novels I am also a manga reader, and so I love, like I am
a man of culture.
Thank you. We smell our own, and it, because it's like, it's so fast. You can just read. You can just read it. Really, it's like like 3 chapters of a manga could take you less than 8 minutes. If you like, depending on what it is. But with Jujutsu Kaisen, it's the same thing with like Gojo and the King of Curses. What the fuck? What's his name? The bad guy who takes over Itadori. I lost it. Doesn't matter. You get the final. You get
Toki?
No. Sorry. We're doing it live.
The guy with the stitches on his forehead.
Yeah. Right. No. That's the different guy. So Sukuna. Thank you guys. Everyone out there is yes. Thank you. Another guy. Yeah. Everyone can. Yeah. You can hate on me for that. That was awful. I apologize. I apologize to the Tarot Club and everyone out there. But Sukuna. Yeah. It's so poorly written, as in the animation, because of they have to get them done so fast, and they're all very, you know what I mean? And so, but the animes, the fight scenes are so beautiful that you finally get to see what's actually happening.
Nice.
And so it's so similar. So I'm very excited that you say that like, I'm excited to read it for myself so my own imagination can fill in the dots. But then at the same time, these things have to get animated before the world implodes. That's how I feel. It's like, I need to see Satoru Gojo face Sukuna. I need to see high-level Beyonders fight. And this anime Yeah, this Donghua is coming out for the next fucking 10, 12 years.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. And everyone also, and I think what you're doing is probably the best as well, like slow drip feed, because I think the author has said he ain't writing anymore. So once you finish that and you go through Circle of Inevitability, there ain't any more. There ain't any more.
Yeah, no, yeah. And then you just have to create your own.
Yeah, you just have to weep.
You just have to weep. You just have to weep and use your own tears to help yourself weep off. Yeah, nice. So we've talked.
Leonard Dunn.
Yeah, Leonard Dunn.
Old Neil. Mystery. I think actually also one thing we should say about the pathways. It's a bit odd why they have, because this is a part of the extended lore is there are pathways that are neighboring. Has this concept come up in the anime?
I don't neighboring pathways that has anything to do with because the Insei Zangwell is trying to change pathways.
Yes, and so that's the thing. You can only change a pathway if it's a neighboring pathway.
Right.
That's why the in the diary of what's his face?
Klein? Antigonus?
No. The Chinese guy, Emperor Roselle.
Yep.
In Roselle's diary, where he's like, I wish I was a seer. He says, I should have taken the seer, the marauder, or the apprentice potion. Yep. The reason why it's those three potions is because those three pathways are the pathways that are owned by the Lord of Mysteries. So then they are neighboring pathways. And it's interesting, actually, because the Spectator and the Sailor pathways are neighboring, which is interesting because the first two members of the Tarot Club are like Lady Justice and the Hanged Man.
Yeah,
those are neighboring pathways. But the whole concept is you can actually switch in between those pathways. Because usually, if you take a potion, there's the risk of you dying. But if you take a potion from another pathway, you are going to die.
Yeah.
Although there is, it should be said, if you're Giga Chad enough, you can maintain yourself. But you will be crazy.
Yeah.
And there is in the sequel, Circle of Inevitability, there is a guy who, I think he's actually on the Mystery Prior pathway, but it's another old Neil situation where his wife dies and he becomes obsessed with death and he takes a death pathway potion. So he's this guy who is both death and Mystery Prior.
Wow.
And he at the same time, and you can have conversations with him. He's conscious. He has a personality. But he is like murderous and kind of insane. And that's one of the villains kind of later on. But that's very exceptional. Most people, if you take a potion and then a potion of another pathway, you'll just fucking die. But if it's a neighboring pathway, instead of, if your pathway's blocked off for whatever reason, you can actually switch to another pathway that's not blocked off. Say that a church has a complete... what would you call it, monopoly on one pathway, like the Evernight. If you happen to become sleepless and you live somewhere else, the Evernight pathway is going to be blocked off to you, the sleepless pathway. But the neighboring pathway of the Corpse Collector may not be. And this is one thing that's interesting about the Church of the Evernight. The Mystery Prior pathway has no relation to the Evernight pathways. And so it's weird that they have those pathways as an option in the Church of Evernight. And I'm not kind of sure what the symbolism is there, but the Seer pathway has a weird even though it's different, it has a weird connection with the history of the Evernight.
Interesting. Yeah, that's fascinating. And what's so cool, and especially you highlighted this in your video, and this is the system itself, and you made a great comparison on how it's so scientifically done, and I think that's what good Donghwa's animes, mangas, manhwas are doing, is actually having a beautiful system. So you related it to, and also related to Jujutsu Kaisen, but you related to Hunter x Hunter, and how it's just the nin stuff is you want to know more about it, and that's what makes the page turner so turning. Is like I'm like how I need to know more, because it's this thing that goes back to the Platonic understanding and anamnesis, and how I relate that is anamnesis is this remembering. And so in the Platonic epistemology and his understanding of knowledge, is that we are continually trying to remember. instead of like making stuff up, instead of like we're creating it. It's all things are just but remembering. And so as we go through our own levels of initiation, we must walk our way through the river of Lethe and the river of Nimson, and so the river of memory. And Plato says that when we're coming into this life, we wash ourselves in the river of Lethe, but through life, we have the ability to tap into the forms and tap into that Platonic field of remembering what it's like to become to be a philosopher king, which I then would relate is another way of, but I don't know if there's a true like moral beyonder that's like an all good God. I don't know if there's anything like that.
It's kind of tough because there's definitely like ones that are bad. There's the demon pathway, which we'll learn about in the next season, nice. Which is like bad. I mean, I guess the sun pathway, the bard pathway, but it's tough because like, you know, neighboring pathways. Someone mentioned in the chat, the bard pathway, now that you mention it, bard, what is it, spectator and the sailor pathway are all interchangeable.
Yeah.
But it's like, you know, the sailor pathway isn't necessarily bad, but I think, what is it? It's called the tyrant pathway for a reason, but it's not necessarily evil. And like the eternal blazing sun, like, I guess he's light and all giving, but is he kind of, it's tough. It's kind of, it really is almost like open and free in a sense. There are ones where it would be hard to do good. Like the demon pathway, to do the rituals and acting method. Like I think, what is it? Sequence 7 potion of the demon pathway is called serial killer.
Oh,
so
okay.
Think of the acting method for that. If you want to be a good guy, what are you going to do? Like go to an asylum and kill like criminals for your serial killer potion? Like how do you digest that?
Yeah, that's true. And will it digest properly?
Yeah, whereas like I think there's the Earth pathway has like Doctor as a sequence, and it's like, okay, we can do that one. The acting method should be easy.
Yeah. Or just like his seer pathway is just becoming more into his divination practice. So Klein taking on the seer pathway, he then has a pendulum. He's got his cane acting as that divinatory rod, and he's continually trying to do more of that. And then so he enters into like a business where he helps people and he does divination for them, which I think is such a fascinating episode. And I haven't gotten to that part I think that's volume 2, but I haven't gotten to that part in the book, the magic mirror episode. And it was so brilliant because it gives you, they make a statement that I've said before, not only for myself, but for others, is that as they go to the dinner with his sister's friend, the girl says something and he's all like, dabblers of the occult are dangerous and I wish my sister wouldn't hang out with them. And I find that to be so apropos in the day and age we live in, and it's probably been for a long time, but it feels more prevalent in the age of social media and witch talk and Etsy witches and all this fucking 100%. Bullshit. You know, it's like you're dangerous because you don't understand the ego flares and you know your mind, your mental state. It's just it's as Chogyam Trungpa writes in his book, the spiritual materialism rubs rampant in that kind
Great
of thing.
Book, man. You got yeah.
Yeah, thanks, bro. But you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I was gonna say also that scene, the dinner party with the magic mirror and that stuff, that in the novel actually is probably one of the points where I was like, okay, this is cool.
Really? How come?
That specifically, it's. So if you're into Freemasonry, you also know, like, you know how in the show they don't go into that much detail, but in the novel, he like, you know, give me specific. We're gonna like speak in code, or like give me the specific knocks, so I know.
Yeah,
that
you
you're
said that
in.
the 3 knocks. Yeah,
and the 3 knocks. That's free. Those are Freemason knocks, and I was like, this guy, he knows.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, but yeah. Also, it's interesting his take, mirror divination being one of the more dangerous forms of divination. Was very interesting. Like it's a literal portal into other dimensions, whereas other astrological methods or pendulum methods, and that's interesting as well because pendulum methods seem to be, you know, like there are whole systems based around pendulum divination, and that does seem to be one of the more better ways in real life to learn divination. I know some people are like, oh, numerology. I'm like, no. If you're a little bit schizophrenic and you get into numerology as your first form of divination, you'll become way more schizophrenic. I guarantee you.
Yeah. No, I agree. Because I can't handle gematria, bros.
Oh my God.
Makes me want to ram my head through a wall.
It's like, that's your license plate in your car, bro. Don't you know, bro?
Whoa, my angel numbers? Don't you dare.
God.
Don't you dare talk shit about my angel numbers. But the problem is because of, as Jung says, is like the understanding of the synchronicities in life. Once you see, like we talked about a few, you'll see more. And once you see more, I mean, our life is full of these synchronicities because we are pattern-making beings, and that's our mode of how we understand reality. That's how we live as primates. However, there is that collective unconscious that stems through us, where then all of a sudden you start seeing the archetypes and the synchronicities amongst all things, and you can listen to them as if they were these eternal forces helping try to guide you on the path. But you also have to have critical enough thinking to understand not all visions are divine visions, let alone not all of our imaginary, every time you think of a leopard, that's not your spirit animal. That could just be you making shit up in your own head.
Knowing when something is from you and from another place. And just because it's from beyond the veil doesn't mean it's divine.
And that's the other thing, especially when you get into your grimoires, like your Solomonic magic and the Goetia. It's like, what is and Lon Milo talked about, but it's also in Crowley. What it says, Alan Bennett said to Crowley, and it's written there, and it says, "Oh, brother, it looks like you've been battling with the Goetia." And he's all like, "No, I haven't." He goes, "Well, they've been battling with you," or something like that. And it's like,
yeah,
shit,
He got me.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
That's such a funny story as well.
Oh yeah. Nice. But yeah, go on.
No, I was gonna say no. What? I was gonna go back into it. Like, what else should we talk about? What directs us next? Next.
No, I like this. And so it's really fascinating is as we're going along, there is these artifacts that I think are really important to the story that we're getting in the first season, and we're trying to figure out this background mystery that's going on with Klein. And so Klein, again, let's all catch back up to our pandering and our meandering conversation, which is brilliant. And the idea is that Klein is trying to get back home, and he has now taken upon into, this is what we definitely need to talk about because it's really important. Rigardi talks about it. We all should be formulating it within our own mind space, and you need to have it in your world, but technically it's most important to keep it clean in the mind space, and that's the astral temple. That's the gray fog. And so Klein does this in the beginning. He does this ritual to the four corners, a nice four-corner ritual. And upon doing so, something happens, and he's taken away in his mind's eye in the ritual, and all of a sudden he's brought upon the gray fog. And that's where he formulates his tarot club. And so the idea from Eliphas Levi, and Rigardi talks about it, of the astral temple and how important the astral temple is for the magician to have. And we see that direct example in how he can manipulate this gray fog. What say you?
Yeah, definitely. There's interesting concepts also in Taoism with our own astral temple as well. It's like, it's this interesting thing. It's like the Platonic forms in the sense of, everything has a Platonic form. Therefore, do we have a Platonic form? It's like, there are astral temples. Does that mean my inner being has its own astral temple?
Yeah.
And it's in the show, it's quite interesting. There's a spirit world in the show, but then this gray fog, the castle. Actually, can I spoil the name of the castle?
Please.
The castle's name is Castle Sephiroth.
Oh, of course. Yes, I did know that. Yes. And it makes sense again. Sephiroth
Castle, baby.
Yeah.
And Sephiroth Castle is actually above the spirit world, which is very interesting. It's such an interesting thing because, maybe we'll get into it if we get into kind of the lore of, what's on the blasphemy slate and what's beyond sequence 1. But there's something kind of beyond the beyond. And it's just the fact that this was owned by the original Lord of Mysteries gives Klein kind of not a false authority, but it's like he can totally do things that a sequence 2 can't do. In fact, that's why Mr. Azek is attracted to him. And that's why, that's why Leonard is so like, you're a main character as well. Leonard is so funny because if it wasn't an isekai, Leonard would be the main character because he's basically the guy with a guru in his head. It's cool. Like he's got all the cheat codes. And so when Leonard's like, you're also someone special, it's like, yeah. But the reason why Leonard knows that is because the guy in his head is at a sequence that he can see the gray fog, and it's like, oh, there's something ancient and weird about this guy.
That's wild. That makes sense.
And Mr. Azik can see it as well. And it's like, I don't know what this is, but I feel like this can help me get to where I need to kind of go get my memories back. It's interesting that Mr. Azik has struggled with remembrance and amnesis.
That's beautiful. Nice connection there. And that is because then it gives him the ability to move through time and space. And obviously he ages at a different way because of his level of being a Beyonder, which you think he's one level. And then all of a sudden these newest 3 episodes, you're like, holy shit, fighting is amazing.
It's crazy. With that as well, it should be noted that the levels of Beyonders definitely extends your life. Like I think if you get to sequence 4, you get like you get a couple of 100 years, like 400, 300 stacked onto you. But some other, I think specifically the Corpse Collector, the undead pathway, once you get to the higher sequences there, you're basically permanent staple of the world. Whereas other sequences do have like, you live 1,000 years and then maybe you'll die, even if you're like sequence 3 or 2.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you become the archetype almost, and you become like a new, maybe not a new archetype, but you become, it's like a staple egregore, kind of like the Christ or any of the, like we've all heard of Saint Germain. It's like, who's Count Saint Germain? This person who lives through all history and see him in many, many different names.
You know what's funny? In the comics, he talks about Saint Germain in the light novel. So in between the spirit world and the castle are supposed to be these 7 rays. And the 7 rays actually manifest as beings, and one of them Saint Germain. But
that makes sense. That's crazy.
He gets into it, but then he kind of drops it at a point, and I'm like, oh, they're probably just going to get rid of this for the anime, because it's like a concept that he conceptualized and he was going to include, but then he'd kind of just abandoned it at a certain point. Yeah. But Saint Germain is a character.
Yeah, it's like he tapped in. He's like he had to have read so much. It's so fascinating. Lampshade, thank you for the $5. Numerology is not that schizophrenic. Only if your credit score is above 800 and you don't own Saturn. Basic mathematics helping make sense. You know what? Could have said it better myself. Lampshade, thank you. And Helio Kefolis, I don't know. I can't help you.
Didn't like it? You didn't like the series, Helio?
Yeah. Well, and another guy says you shouldn't joke about stuff like that.
Banned. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, no, we don't. Yeah, we're safe here. You're safe here. Richard banned you from the Astral Temple, though, so there's that. Yeah.
But with the Astral, it's interesting because it seems the spirit world does have a connection with the Beyonders as well. Like at a certain point in a lot of the sequences, you have to engage with the spirit world. Even funnily enough, the warrior path, which you think is just the dumb.
Yeah.
But it's because here's the thing that's kind of confusing. It seems like when you become a Beyonder, you can technically do like what the other, if you take a hunter potion, you can technically do divination. You just suck at it. Whereas the seer is specialized divination. Whereas like warrior and hunter, they probably can't see auras that well. But as you go along, eventually these calling beings doing divination and kind of having an enhanced body seem to be certain things that all Beyonders have.
Yeah, you kind of need to. And it only makes sense. It does make sense because of as you're traveling amongst the world and you're doing your practices and in like a Kung Fu way, or even in our Western magical way, you are honing your astral light. And that astral body, you're honing the light body, your chariot, the Merkava. And upon doing so is, I personally, from my vantage point, it's like the internal aspects of your willpower and your discipline and your imaginatory factors and all these things that you need for your own magic, as well as push and train Kung Fu, train a martial art, get to know your body in the world. And then you have this is what I tell my students, it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. And, and I know I stole that from Miyamoto Musashi, but it's like, it's really, it's a truism. It's like, why not know how to throw hands and at the same time pray to the Almighty and it's like, as we learn more about the crazy chaos of our own chthonic forces that move through the politicians and the bloodline families, you may not have to go up against the great Rothschild Archon, but you are in your own little realm as you're walking amongst the people and going to your everyday job and having to deal with the AI techno overlords who are, pushing fucking NPC zombie drones at us at all angles. And, you can't cut them down with a physical sword, but you can use your imagination and reason that is being honed through high level practice.
100%.
Let's fucking go. It's like, this is the art of becoming a beyonder. Hello magicians, hello serpent bloodline. Thank you for joining us, everyone out there. Like we're having a good time. Magus in the media with Richard Ruach from the great No Hylix Allowed. We're having a great time. Lord of Mysteries is just such a brilliant show. I mean, in the storyline. So are you reading the comic book?
Nah.
They're like drawing something out that feels like it's not the actual thing.
I've seen some of the graphic novel. It looks or the comic or whatever. It looks beautiful.
It does look beautiful.
It looks beautiful. But I was going to actually ask.
Yeah.
Have you seen the 3 special episodes?
I have. Yep, they're amazing.
Yeah. Shall we like talk about them?
Yes, please. Can you set up why? I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Can you set up why there are 3 special episodes that due to whatever's going on in the 12 that we had? And I'm going to be right back.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's just us. Let's talk about some. Yeah, I can do anything now. I own the stream now. Take that, Brent. Nah, he's cool. So, with the acceleration of the story, one of the problems with the anime, it's not necessarily a problem, but they really didn't. Also, I love the 1,000 years of testicular torsion, bro. That's hilarious. The problem with the anime is it discarded a lot of the Taro Club because they just wanted nothing but action. Or they wanted to, oh my God, they wanted to accelerate events. And the problem is the Taro Club has sexy lore. But to talk about the Taro Club, I mean, eventually you get Forsaken Land of the Gods because you get Little Sun put into that, and that's just too much for only the 10 or 12 episodes they had. It's just 10 episodes. And so we've got these 3 bonus episodes to fill in what we're missing. So we get Elder Lovia, we get freaking, what's his name? Little Sun? Derek. We get Derek's backstory. And we get the Forsaken Land of the God. We see the situation in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, which is a very interesting thing. And it's like we also don't really know where the Forsaken Land of the Gods is, but it also adds to this like great mystery. It's like, oh, it's in the same world, but there's a part of the world that's sectioned off. And there's lightning, and it's called the Forsaken Land of the Gods. What happened there? Why are they forsaken? And not only that, we get into it. There's a funny character who I don't want to spoil, but let's just call him another member of the Taro Club, Mr. Moon. Mr. Moon and Mr. Sun don't have a good relationship with each other. But let's just say when it gets into the history, and this is the other thing about the world of Lord of Mysteries is, with the history of the epochs, there's an actual history. But then there's the history which characters know. And for certain reasons, the churches need propaganda. So you'll actually see it in some other scenes. Like there's a bit where, I think in the coming season, where someone finds a tomb of an ancient like kind of being off the side of Buckland with artifacts in it. And the Church of Steam and Machinery send their boys in to like destroy everything and to take all the relics out. But Klein, I think he somehow uses divination to spy on them. And he sees this like one of the saints of the church go in, and there's this huge kind of, what do you call it? Glyph on the side of the wall. A kind of what do you call it when it's like hieroglyphs? No, hieroglyphs. Oh, nice. There's hieroglyphs, like a history of kind of what happened on the side of the wall, and it's using angel names and it corresponds to some of the things that Derek is talking about in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. And the saint sees this and he's like, nah, and he immediately destroys it. And there's this whole thing about hidden history, which we begin to piece together. Mr. Moon is very interesting because he comes from let's just say he's a guy with interesting blood, an interesting bloodline, and so he has knowledge that other people don't necessarily have. Derek has knowledge that definitely the other characters don't have. And then Klein himself is a historian. And so he begins to piece together, like, what the hell is going on? But nonetheless, Forsaken Land of the Gods, we have them, and we have their situation as well, that they're cursed, that there's this weird kind of curse going on. We've got the characters, Elder Lovia, we have Derek, and we have, oh God, what's the guy? The Giga Chad, who's basically Geralt of Rivia.
That's exactly it. I don't know his name.
Yeah, the Witcher. We have Witcher, who, by the way, he's a Giga. What he is he's like on the warrior pathway. He's a demigod of sequence 4, of like the warrior pathway. He's hot. He's tough.
He's hot. Yeah, he's fucking crushes. Okay, cool, nice. I like that. Nice. Okay, so. This is fascinating, and I like this idea. So, in that first episode, what you're talking about, in the first episode of the new 3 episodes,
Colin Iliad. Sorry, I just saw someone dropped in the chat.
Colin. Oh, okay, that his name.
Yeah, Colin Iliad. That's his name.
Oh, weird, Iliad, huh? That's strange.
Yeah, our friend Colin.
Our friend Colin, who crushes it like the Iliad. I could see it. I could see it. Yeah, the chief. And those are some crazy episodes. So I like this idea of the Forsaken Lands. I like the idea of there being areas on the planet that universe that no one knows anything about. And so and the idea then of the hidden history, because that's exactly what we see so it's like how to understand our world and why some of these stories are so important is because it gives us a great blueprint to be able to open up our own models of how we experience reality through our perceptual instruments, and then the nervous system. And then if we have these new systems to kind of use and these new models, we can then view our own world in a certain way that allows us to just kind of understand. It's like, it's fascinating when people are like, I don't understand how you can like talk about MK Ultra and then talk about like deep levels of magic and the occult, and then also talk about, like anime and like, how does these things, like, how do you feel? And I'm all like, it's all just part of the story. It's all just part of the story. And the biggest thing I learned about MK Ultra is that I MK Ultra myself. Like 4 hits of high-powered blotter acid and Tool. I wasn't the same after that. Let alone the biggest MK Ultra of all history is being born. And so it's such a fascinating thing to think that if you are like in a Platonic sense, the noble lie, right? We are all given the noble lie. And that is because the Philosopher Kings know better than all of you, due to them having a better understanding of the forms. And so, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's an interesting take on like good and evil and morality. Is it okay to lie? Because it's like, well, when parents are teaching their kids to swim and they're treading on water and the parents say, and the kid's like, you hold on to me. And the parents are like, yeah, I'm holding on to you. And you're slowly taking your hands away. Yeah. You're lying to the kid. But in doing that, it's providing safety in their mind and they're able to become competent. It's the same with like a boxer, his coach being like, you're winning, son, you're winning, just another round. And if he wasn't there to say that, if he wasn't lying to his face, the guy could have easily been disillusioned with motivation and may have been knocked out the very next round. But because he's saying he's winning, I'm winning, I just need to put in a little bit more. If you have the knowledge, it's interesting because it's like if you have a certain level of being, as Gurdjieff would say, a certain level of knowledge, it may be ethical for you to lie to others, but not for them to lie to you. Kids shouldn't lie to their parents, but parents, it may be appropriate for them to lie to their kids.
Yeah,
or the gods to lie to us.
To spin a tale, right? To tell a tale, because I like the idea when I learned like Crowley's Book of Lies, right? It's like, why did he call it that? Well, to understand something also that Robert Anton Wilson talked about was, and many others, is that like all words are but metaphors. All language is trying to explain something that is actually talking about something else, and that's that infinitum ad reductum. It's really hard to get away from it until you start spinning the correct tale for that gets as that's where the ideals of harmony and dissonance come in, I believe, is that then if we can spin a tale that's closer to the harmonious of what is actually going on in the world that we're trying to understand through our perceptions, which is in like as Husserl talks about, like we are but intentionality perceiving the perceived object, and I'm continually intending upon said perceived object, trying to ever get closer to said thing. As then Heidegger takes it and is all like, well, then we must talk about how this truth is being unveiled to us. So the world is continually being unveiled, and that relates then dramatically to what's going on in Lord of Mysteries. Is the deeper they get into understanding this mystery of this other world that's laid on top of things, it continues, the occult nature of it continues to unveil itself to Klein and everybody else.
Yeah, it's the narratives. We're beings based on narrative. Everyone, whenever we meet our friends, we say, "What's up? What's been happening?" We want to learn the story of our friends' lives. There are stories that we are told and MK Ultra'd into believing, but if we are able to grasp the story of our world, we may be able to see where the world is going. And it's like the same in Lord of Mysteries. There are these competing narratives, and the characters are trying to kind of figure them out. And it's interesting because with initiation, one of the things I say is if you are an initiate, you have a certain level of authority, but that authority manifests in your ability to be an author, not just writing stories, but be an author of your life. And it's very interesting in the first, seasons of Lord of Mysteries, the main antagonist, the ultimate antagonist has a certain artifact that makes him an author of the story. So Klein is literally fighting the author.
That's beautiful. And it's so fucking crazy.
Yeah, plot twist. Also, there may be a sequence 1 potion called Author.
Fascinating. Yeah, that gets to the reality bendingness. And then it goes back to the idea of like, what do the potions we can talk about, and how one of the first things you come to realize is the entheogenic effect of these potions onto consciousness itself. And then once it goes back to what we're talking about, is once you change the way you perceive the world, and then you go through these certain acting methods, or however it is you're digesting the things that you saw, your revelations, right? A great entheogenic or psychedelic experience will bring you into a vision behind closed eyelids, right? This is what one way that the mystery, the mystos, behind closed eyes, you go through that vision, and then you come back down and you have to integrate your experience. And we all know individuals, if not even ourselves, because we never want to leave ourselves out of this. We're all bumbling primates, and when it comes down to it, and we realize that maybe I haven't integrated my experiences as well as I need to, in the way that I think how you speak really is telling, and just the you out there, as it's like, it's really easy to fall into, again, the spiritual materialism, talking all the gobbledygook and presenting yourself in a certain way, but actually missing the point of the revelation you had within the experience that you had.
That I would say that's a trial that a lot of people face. I think that's the thing with experience hunting. People lose themselves in experience hunting, and then the experience they gain just crystallizes in their memory, and it becomes something they reference and not something transformative. And that's the illusion. That's them becoming insane, because they're not acting. Right. They're not digesting the potion.
The potion. Yeah. One of the philosophers I studied, Sokolowski, he was actually a Catholic priest, who was a phenomenologist. And I liked what he stated was when taking phenomenology, and they use a lot of it in theological seminary. And I trained with seminarians when I was in college with philosophy. I got really lucky. And my main mentor and philosophy professor was a phenomenologist who also was a Thomist. And so he studied in the Husserlian archives in Germany.
Wow.
Yeah. So he studied Husserl and Heidegger in German, and also was a Thomist. And so he taught both the seminarians and our philosophy thing.
So interesting.
And I got so lucky. And I think that's one of the many reasons I made it out of my early 20s alive, while also experimenting with.
That That guy's like a sequence 3 phenomenologist. That's crazy.
Oh, bro, high level. And he couldn't even, and he had to move schools a bunch because of the tenure would always go to somebody stupider. And you know what I mean? Because he's like bringing upon to that school, like high levels. I took a bunch of high levels Heidegger seminars, blew my mind, but the idea that I'm getting at in this is that like what am I even talking about? The entheogens. The idea is to integrate and to create the language and action is what's so important, is that we need to integrate our revelations and they become our own. That's the keep silent part of to will, to know, to dare, and to remain silent is, and I fell prey to this because I fell prey, you awaken from what's ever going on. And especially if you're in more of like your hippie stages in your life, it's like the entheogens can take over and you become so somatic, and it's just like you're experiencing these other things, and it's like, how do I put words to it? I got lucky, and Tool was one of my big awakenings with those high levels of things. I was fucking brainwashed into Crowley and Golden Dawn stuff and sacred geometry and all that, and the occult because of fucking Danny Carey's shamanic drumming and Maynard James Keenan's, so the lore and the archetypes that are going through that music, I just maybe got lucky in studying philosophy at the same time. But that goes into the becoming insane that you were just talking about. It's so easy to fall prey to the infinite amount of information that you get in those things, and to like take time to truly integrate your experiences and then take a machete to your mind and get rid of all the nonsense. It takes fucking time. Yeah.
Well said.
Because craziness, I love those beginning parts of Dunsmith talking to Klein about becoming a beyonder. And he's, as he's giving this beautiful dialogue, this monologue to this student-like character, Klein, he talks about all the lost people that they've had as Nighthawks because they fell prey to the high level of power coming down from the different realms, spiritual realms, the ones that you were talking about with like Dion Fortune, like that power from the gods, from the Sephiroth, is not the Kundalini experiences. They tend to burn out nervous systems in our real world. I think that's what happens to the psychedelic users.
And that's interesting. I'm really tempted to like go back and also reread Lord of Mysteries now, because I haven't reread it. But that's also one thing that's interesting about what is it done with how he like absorbs the freaking Beyonder characteristics of his, because that's the other thing. If someone dies and they have a Beyonder characteristic, you can use that as an ingredient in a potion. But you can also just,
that's crazy.
If you're a Chad, you can actually just take a Beyonder characteristic raw. You can raw dog a Beyonder characteristic. But that's like, it's a 50-50, you might go insane. But Dunn he has some kind of thing where he absorbs the ones of his like old partners. And that kind of,
because he eats his friend. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I don't know if he eats his whole friend.
He keeps them with, and it's once again, it's a memory thing, so he never forgets them. But there's this thing of like your kind of consciousness is embedded in that, even though it's like the original creator's consciousness fragmented in there. But it's kind of like your consciousness is also kind of there, because there's, how should we say that? That's the whole thing with like the Lord of Mysteries and the primordial sun god. Even though they're both long dead, their consciousness is also kind of still there in the background of all of those pathways. And even that's the whole reason why Klein hears chattering when he takes the potion, because that's not the Lord of Mysteries, but that's actually interesting. That's a sequence one. That's a sequence one of the seer pathway who's like speaking. And he hears the chattering. It's like you're kind of connected to the consciousness of whoever's alive at the highest point. But even once you get, shall we talk about the blasphemy slates and like what's beyond? Once you get beyond there are certain things that even post-death, like do gods really die? Because at certain points there were different gods. There were the bestial gods in the second epoch.
Yeah.
And this is the blasphemy slates. We hear word of them I think in the anime it gets mentioned in Roselle's diary, and you're like, what is that?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, and Sailor and the Hanging Man talks about it. That's the first place I think we hear about it is when they're in the tarot club there.
Yeah. That's interesting. Once again, I want to go back and reread a lot of that. But the blasphemy slates are these items which there's two. There's first blasphemy slate and the second, and I forget which one came first, but one of them came from basically there's like this underworld black kind of river of darkness, and I believe it came out, or the Chaos Sea or something. There's a bunch of seas, and one of them came out of that, and the other one came from the corpse of, I think it was the primordial sun god or something. Gods don't die, they get forgotten. Well, they die in a lot of mysteries, but do they really die?
Yeah,
is another kind of thing. But the blasphemy slate, what it is it's some mystical kind of stone with all of the pathways written on it. So 1 to 9, Seer 1 to 9, Marauder 1 to 9, all of them. But the reason it's called the blasphemy slate is, 9 to 1. The reason it's called the blasphemy slate is because when you look at it, it has all 22 pathways, 9 to 1, but then it keeps going.
Mm-hmm.
It talks about the zero sequence.
I love that.
And then it talks about even beyond the zero sequence, which is beyond. But nonetheless, I talked about rituals. At a certain point, rituals need to be gotten to take a potion. And so if you have a ritual that's like get 30 guys together and train them up that you can basically communicate without speaking in a battle situation, say that's like a sequence 4 potion. You need to do that. That's your ritual for a sequence 4. What would a sequence 1 potion need?
Yeah, exactly.
Like an entire society, but then it goes, just think, an apotheosis ritual to go from sequence 1 to sequence 0. Just think of what would need to happen. So there's the Red Priest, the war pathway, the god of war. To go from sequence 1 to sequence 0, you basically need to initiate a world war.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that's what I fucking see that in our everyday world.
And so this is the thing. It's like to actually attain certain things. Once again, good or evil, are there certain and
sacrifices that need to be made?
Sacrifices that need to be made. And also, what is it? How do you act? How do you act at certain points? There's in some of the sequences have weird names. Like I mentioned, like zombie. Like how do you act like a zombie?
I think we see it all around. I think a lot of people are taking on that sequence.
And so it's like how do you act like a Lord of Mystery? I mean, maybe that one's easy, but it's like sun god. How do you act like a sun god?
Yeah.
And it's like that, and so it's this interesting thing with the pathways. They terminate at an apex, sequence 0, but to become a god, you need but it stops being like plants and animals, and it's just there are beyond characteristics that just exist. But there's only 3 sequence 1 beyond characteristics.
They all start merging in,
Yeah, for each of the pathways. So each of the 22, there are 3 sequence 1s beyond characteristics. So there can only ever be 3 sequence 1s beyonders of any pathway.
Crazy.
But if you become a god, you need all 3 of those absorbed into you.
Wow. Okay.
So if there's a god, so Evernight Goddess, she's the top of the sleepless pathway. The fact that she exists means there's no sequence 1 sleepless pathway.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's really cool. That's cool to know.
Yeah, so there's some interesting little tidbits, but then it also kind of that kind of bleeds into certain things with then switching pathways. And what happens, once again, the original creator was all pathways combined. And so there are things that are trying to re-merge together, different beings, like the primordial sun god. Once you become a god, there's certain insanity that gods have. It's actually said, once you become a sequence 2, you basically need followers praying to you, because you need an anchor. You need to create an anchor if you want to become a sequence 2 beyonder, because if you don't have people kind of praying to you, you will go insane.
Because they balance you out a little bit, or they root you to a different realm.
It's like you have these people kind of praying to you. It's like you have this force kind of locking you in, keeping you human almost. And once you become a god, you basically need a church.
Yeah.
Once you become sequence 0, you basically need to like have a church, which is why like if you're a church and then another god gets created and they need followers and you're in the same country, it's like you kind of got to share followers, or else if you don't have enough followers, that god will go insane.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes actually a lot of, I like that allegory to our real life, on how the church is, they say, the vessel of God, right? It's the, but this idea is that the church is a beacon on Malkuth, on the kingdom, on this earth, as you travel up through these different realms of goddom. Is this like its own realm, the goddom realm? Yeah, no, that's I was thinking a few things. I thought it was funny. As somebody said that my entheogen talk, you're not a fan of entheogens. I'm not really. But I am also. So it's fascinating.
I've taken LSD. I've taken mushrooms, but it's like,
yeah. I don't do it. I haven't done it for years. I think, just so everybody knows, I think it's dangerous and like Russian roulette. And yet it's very like, because it's just like what we're talking about is that most of us aren't going to do it in a way where the setting is correct for us not to go insane or to lose ourselves in the experience. And so I don't actually really like, I'm a proponent against microdosing. I think it's so silly, but that's me.
My problem was mainly just with people who take entheogens once and then they're like, I finished the work. And I'm like, bro, you're a sequence 9. Shut up.
Bro, I agree. Yeah, or they're still too afraid to even take a true sequence path.
Yeah, exactly.
Because where you and I are on the exact same page of that. Because and then what I always try to wrap it into is it's like, because I can see that in myself, where it's like in my younger years after my own initial ones, I was all like, you just like, holy shit, what did I just see? And then you want to talk to everybody about it, and then everyone looks at you like, what are you talking about? And you're like, oh, your ego gets accentuated instead of allowing it to do the dying process, to become humble by the experience and make it a sacred experience where it's like, you don't really, now I talk about it because I'm bringing it back and talking about it more, because it's like, these things are fascinating to see how my mind got from one place to the next and how important it was for my journey, but it's not for everyone's. And that I think that there is information, different things, ways to get you into that mystical experience. But like, I remember when I read Jung's book on Kundalini yoga, he like mapped it out really nicely. Is all like, when you take entheogens, it's like the whole room is filled up with water and you're floating on the top and you're like, oh my God, look at this, I'm flying. And then you come down and then it goes out and then you fall really hard. And then it goes back to our conversation on how important integration is. And if you're not integrating your experience, you shouldn't have to take these things for your whole life, let alone a bunch of times. You can do it a few times and then stumble your way into an actual religious / spiritual practice, a magical practice that is then supposed to help bring you into those experiences. Would you agree? What do you feel?
Oh no, 100%. That was a really good example, actually. That was a really good example, and that's just it. I've just been they rubbed me the wrong way, and I've had it so many times where someone's just kind of spiritual bypassing, like, meditate, bro. Nah, just take LSD, and the meditation's just to realign you. It doesn't do anything. I'm like, bruh.
That's ridiculous. It's like, oh, so you're not meditating because you actually, no, you need more meditation than ever.
I don't need to meditate. I just live in the moment now.
I just live in the moment.
Bruh.
Yeah, that's what is it? Pearls before swine, I think is the term.
Oh yeah. So it's like, I'm not like super hostile or anything, but it's like, just because I've met too many people like that, I'm just like, I just don't recommend them to people now, just because I've seen people turn into that. I'm like, nah, I'm good. But it's like, like,
I lived in Boulder for I lived in Colorado in the United States, and Boulder is like a other version of a San Francisco, of like, it's got more of the yoga. It was way more liberal back in the day, and now it's just been taken over by more of the progressive, and it's got so Chogyam Trungpa opened a school called Naropa in Boulder, and so it was like opened up for him, Naropa University. It's not there anymore. And then two of Chogyam Trungpa's actually offshoots, one's called Shambhala and the other one's called Dharma Ocean. And it's these two publishing companies / like schools of spiritual thought based upon Chogyam Trungpa. One is his son, and the other one is his main student, some white dude named Reggie. And then they opened their own like cults, basically. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Crestone is one of them where you can go and you can learn Tibetan Buddhism. The other one does it. But it's interesting, bro, is that when I was living there, I wasn't doing that kind of thing. But the idea was when I was living there is so fascinating because there's this egregore. It's like this spiritual war fighting there, and you can feel it coming and manifesting in the people. And then how this, like the Republic, like how the people are, if they're sick or feeling a certain way, the city is built off that way. And so it's really fascinating to see these two egregores. It's like the continual, like small spiritual war between these two groups of thoughts. And Chogyam Trungpa himself wasn't a very sane man due to his own alcohol abuse and leaving the Tibetan Buddhist practice where he was at. And so even though, I mean, his spiritual materialism book is brilliant, and I have people, it's phenomenal and everyone should read it. And I have friends who, went and did one of his, places, and, each to his own. But it's fascinating, these chthonic forces, when it goes to exactly what we're talking about. When you ingest a potion, which means it's either, an actual potion or just an ideology. And you don't allow the process of ego death to take hold to actually change yourself and transform, it can take you over, and now you're possessed by the true creator. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's so counterintuitive, but that's something I've always struggled with. It's like the people who get into, like, say, Buddhism, but then they get possessed by Buddhism, but the very essence of Buddhism is supposed to relinquish you from the possession of egregores. And it's like, I know, how does this happen? That's one of my videos I did. What is it? You're doing self-observation wrong. It's like it's a Gurdjieff video I made just because I was extra salty, because so many people I've seen kind of do that. They get really into kind of the psychoanalysis or self-awareness, but then they just become oddly egoic. Like they notice certain things, but then they're like, it's
a messiah complex.
That's your pride, or that's your anger. That's just envy, baby. And it's like, oh, you're eating food, gluttony.
Yeah, bro, that right there, that was great. That was like I was in Boulder again. You pulled that's it. No, it's very similar. And so what I was gonna say is also, it's like now you get in these areas in the States, you get the tech overlords. So you get like Google and Apple and Tesla moving into these places, which used to be more classically liberal and now been taken over by the ideology of the extreme. And, and again, like I always tell people out there, if you're listening, I know you're listening because you're here right now. And the idea is that as magicians, as philosophers, I truly believe we don't there's no political agenda. We run on the line. I do, at least. It's about being nuanced. Because if you take on an ideology, you're taking on an egregore, you're taking on a possession of something that's not you, that's somebody else. And we are trying to fully peel back the layers of, again, become the sovereign magician, become have your own agency, because we're trying to take on there's so much going on that we all need to be able to discern exactly where each thought is actually coming from. Do you know what do you feel about that?
I think it's a sign of the times, of the modern times, is like, that's what you're saying exactly. I like the term sovereign you use. When I usually talk about it, I just say what we need is a spiritual center. Especially politics and the ideologies, all of this is a disease. It's symptomatic. It's not the cause. The causal problem is the lack of the spiritual center that we all kind of have. It's just we've lost that spiritual. What is it? The roots of the tree. We've had the roots cut off, and we're all kind of on the branches like, nah, it's still good. We've got life in this plant. And it's like, it's going to rot and die real soon if we don't connect to a spiritual center. And that's sovereign. The sovereign is the idea of being sovereign of yourself, is to have something that's above, that looks down. Not just look down and then fall into fantasy again of like, oh yes, I'm a virtuous person. It's like, no, you look down, you see your shit, and then you have dominion over it. Yes. You have dominion over your desires, your impulses, your body, your thoughts, your memory. It's not that you don't have them. It's you have dominion over them. You have a solar principle within you that has dominion over them. You're not dissolving the ego and you're not annihilating everything and becoming nothing. I like, what is it? If you've ever read Meditations on the Tarot, that guy,
great book.
Great book. That guy, he says it's not totally correct, but he says like the difference between Eastern and Western mysteries. In the Western mysteries, they want to return you to a state from before the fall, and then continue going. Whereas in the Eastern mysteries, it's to return to a state before creation. And I was like, that's interesting. That's interesting. I mean, there's other things like the Dharmakaya and other things that are more creating something, I would say, but it's like, there's this concept of just dissolving everything and just being one. It's like, it's
a farce. It's a farce. It's not real, actually. There's like, I don't, because it goes back to, interesting enough, I was kind of this similar topic chatting with when I did my Angel Miller interview with that guy. He's a brilliant man and
cool guy.
He's a super cool guy. I recommend all his books. But we were talking about the same thing, as how this mythology or this idea, this concept of unifying into the one, as much as, I love the Platonic ideals of oneness and the monad and all these different things, the actual embodied experiences that we're each individuals that are, again, going back to what you were saying, is like spiritual center. We are sovereign and we are all integrated as a whole. But the oneness thing is like, you need your ego. To be able to live in the world. That's the primate body. That's the robot who's integrated into being able to do the rest of the work. And I think that's the motif of what Klein in each one of his identities actually is that he's seeing himself and then it's shedding a new skin. And funny enough, it's a lot easier to do that when you don't have Palantir and all of the fucking oracles that are out there. I can't just switch. I can't just move to Australia where you're at and then fucking be a different name. It's like they'll instantly.
I mean, with him, there's divination in that world. People can divine, and you can have like spies like that. But with the fog from Sephiroth Castle, its authority, because it's the original Lord of Mysteries, is over. It has a higher authority than a sequence 0. So he has anti-divination that trumps freaking gods.
That's crazy.
He's definitely safe. Although one of the names of the Evernite goddess is it's called the Mother of Concealment. And that's another reason why that guy chose Leonard.
Oh, really?
I kind of don't want to spoil, but because this is the thing I was going to want to get to is to create a god, you need all three, because there's only 3 sequence 1 beyond the characteristics. What happens when there's 3 guys that are all sequence 1? If one of them wants to become a god, it means you've got a guy who's hunting you.
No, right, yeah.
And so basically there's a guy who's a specific Beyonder level, and so basically the guy within Leonard is like, I'm going to hide within you because you're a person of the Evernite goddess, the goddess of concealment. It's a double layer. I'm hiding from someone. I'm hidden, not just within you, but you're also being a Nighthawk, and of the Evernite goddess is like a double seal.
Crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. And then I know, Candy, if you bounce, it's cool, but I'm just saying, none of it, like you can just forget it. Remember, I put a spell of concealment on you, and once you leave, you won't even remember what we're talking about, besides knowing that you have to subscribe, like, and share to both of us and continue to listen as we move forward. But it's okay if you go. It's fine. We practice detachment here.
I'm trying to keep. There's 2 different spoilers I was mentioning before. There's story spoilers and there's lore spoilers. I'm trying to not spoil any of the story, but the lore, we kind of got to talk about the lore.
We do. I like this. Lord of lore, mastery of mysteries, sovereign of stories.
Mm-hmm. Also, what is it? Halogen there says, remember, Klein can become lucid in dreams. That has nothing to do with Sephiroth Castle. I'm pretty sure it does. I'm pretty sure the authority of Sephiroth Castle makes him lucid in his dream, because the whole thing is it cancels out other Beyonder abilities. So when someone uses the nightmare ability, because there's other things where like people in the spectator pathway. The spectator is an interesting pathway because it's a dragon pathway, which they're one of the ones where it's like you would be so weak for like quite a bit, but by the time you get to, I think, sequence 6, you get dragon scales, and it becomes super annoying to kill you.
Oh, like, really?
Yeah, because it would take, even if you got like ambushed by like 4 sequence 5s, because you got dragon scales, they can't shoot you with a gun. And because you're you have like mental powers, you can just be like frenzy and then run away.
Right.
But it's like mental things that try to affect Klein, like when Daily, uses her spirit guide thing to get into his, get into his mental body, basically, in his, mental island.
Yeah.
And he just kind of wakes up. That is an effect of kind of Sephiroth Castle.
Of the Lord of Mysteries, Sephiroth Castle. Yeah, that power.
It's basically canceling out kind of the mental effects. I'm pretty sure. And I don't, and again, as much as you may call me insane, I'm like, why not add that to your own magical practice? Why, you know what I mean? It's like, if why not, even though, okay, you're like, where's this coming from? This is what I'm thinking. It's like this whole black magic cursing people bullshit. It's like witch talk and like Etsy witches, and you can buy curses online, you know what I mean? Or things like that. And as much as I know, like, there are things like that. At the same time, I'm like, one of your abilities can be to think that way, where it's like, you can't no, why not? Well, I have Castle Sephiroth due to my Lord of Mysteries powers, that you actually can't do that to me because my willpower is stronger than yours. And you're not a high level chthonic entity. Yeah, it's really interesting. I remember, Jeffrey Mishlove? Good old Jeffrey Mishlove. In one of his interviews, he was talking to someone about remote viewing, but he was talking about remote viewing experiments where they play the stock market. And he was saying they were doing one test once, and they got someone who was super efficient. Like, they were doing these remote viewings with her, and she was getting hit after hit after hit. But the whole thing was with those experiments, because they're veiled and double blinded, she didn't know what she was remote viewing. And then they told her, oh, we're actually remote viewing the stock market to get practical results. And because she was a Christian, she was like, isn't that gambling? And then she continued with the experiment. But all of her hits after that just completely wrong. And it's like, your morality, your way you see the world can influence these things. So if you have that sovereign within you, you can just be like, nah, negation. Your TikTok witch curses, nah, they don't affect me.
Shit to me. You're low level. You're like a level 9, and we're running in the 4s and 3s right now.
Hell yeah, baby.
I completely agree. That's like, it's such idiocy. And because it goes to like why I liked the Magic Mirror episode so much was because you get that kind of thing, and it's a beautiful representation of you get the guy, Mr. Z is who we come to find out was like a certain character, a bad guy, and then he is influencing this like kind of like powerful but not really, because he's kind of a Igor like character, the Magic Mirror divination guy. I can't remember his name, but and then you get the battle between him through the mirror as he possesses Selena. And Klein goes in there and does the ritual, which on the fly, and he looks in the room and he's all like, oh, these are a bunch of little dabblers. I bet they've got magical witch talk things all over the place. Yep, there they are. He runs in there and does some badass card throwing, battling with his gun, and then puts together the ritual. And it's so beautiful. The mantra he speaks, the Evernight goddess ritual, and to help power him. But at the same time, so I feel like we need to really get at more like the Mr. Fool character is that within the gray fog at the Tarot Club, he's become Mr. Fool. This being that his Tarot Club members, these other low-level beyonders, are now coming there and think he's this high-level god, and really he's Klein. He's more than that, obviously.
Level 1 thug pretending to be a level 100 mafia boss.
Like exactly it. And he's like, you all need to go perform this prayer at a specific time. And that prayer goes back to what you were saying before. That prayer empowered him to defeat the possession and this other beyonder magician character. And I find it just so fascinating because it's so true, is that it kind of goes to the idea that prayer has the ability to through sympathetic magic, uplift us and give us the power that we need. And it goes back to what anime teaches us all the time, is that the power of friendship is so powerful. Even if you only have a small clique of your own Illuminati, you all kind of are honing an egregore in a way of your own creation, which then can give this power back to each other. And then Klein has the ability, does the ritual, comes back and defeats the fucking mirror.
Unironically as well, with the power of friendship. It's like, in a world of lies when no one trusts each other, if you can trust someone with your life, that person is more valuable than gold.
Oh, yeah. I completely agree. And it's tough. And it's tough these days because, especially and it's been like this forever, but it's like more success driven, or you're trying to get ahead instead of having a dialogue. And this is something that I find beautiful with yourself, Richard, and is that I've seen you, on the rejects and doing other streams, and just your own demeanor, is a level of authenticity and honestness that you can tell. Yeah, and you can tell because it's your it's a passion and it's a level of levity that kind of comes along with it, and it's a joy for the game itself. It feels like that is really important because we can't take ourselves too seriously.
Yes,
we'll never make it out alive.
Yeah, 100%. Even if you're a god, you need a little jester.
You do. Power of friendship confirmed. Oh, speaking of
even if you're a god, you need to still be a fool.
Yeah,
fool.
You have to. The real Philosopher's Stone was the friends we make along the way. Check. Yeah, it's Full Metal Alchemist, and I find that to be such. I was going to talk about this earlier about the high. How do you do high level rituals to change yourself into high level beyonders? Just think about what Father did in Full Metal Alchemist when he had to basically kill a whole city, a whole planet to devour God, which didn't really work out. Lampshade crushing it with another $10. Ancient Greeks cursed people through writing on lead tablets or lead sheet. So you can acquire these lead tablets by tearing open car batteries. Lead acid batteries make curse sheets. Brilliant. Okay, thank you for your Zen parable.
Or you can just put like your affirmations on the lead batteries and then throw them into the ocean.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, exactly. And then you can take pennies and move them into fountains and make wishes.
Exactly.
That's funny. What do you think about this Astral Temple tarot card members? Like that whole idea, I feel like, is super esoteric.
Yeah, it's interesting because also the first members are kind of random, but at the same time, it's interesting. It's also interesting the namesakes they take. So without telling, who they are in the world, there's like Lady Justice, there's the Hanged Man. We get Mr. Sun, Little Sun. We also get Mr. Moon later, and there's also Mr. Star. Miss Magician is interesting because it's a female chooses the magician card, and also. One of the most interesting dichotomies is Mr. World, because this is a bit of a spoiler, but fundamentally we'll see it in the next season, and it's not too much of a spoiler. Mr. World is fake. Klein basically gets an artifact that is basically a beyonder characteristic for the sequence 5 of the seer pathway, which he can't use because he's not sequence 4 yet. But he's able to bring it into the gray fog, and he's able to use it to make a fake person within the Tarot Club. And so we have the Fool at one end of the table, who's the beginning, the 0 card of the Tarot.
Yep.
But then we have Mr. World, the final card of the Tarot.
Beautiful.
And they're both the same person speaking to the Tarot Club.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And it's this very interesting kind of dichotomy. I'm trying to think of like who else we get. We get Miss Hermit. I'm trying to think of, there's one character. I forgot her card because she's kind of minor. I don't like her. Miss Judgment. I'm pretty sure it's Miss Judgment. And then later in Circle of Inevitability, they add more people.
Interesting.
Mistemperance. Yeah.
What do you think about, so in the so we have, everybody knows season 1, 12 episodes. Just like a few weeks ago, we got 3 episodes, special ones that fill in the blanks that go through more of what happens in the volumes.
We have the first, and I want to hear your thoughts on was this Kalingos? Who's the pirate name? How do you pronounce it?
Klingsor. Yeah.
This is another one where it's like an Asian guy making up a fake Western name and actually works, but I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, it was beautiful. It was so in the first one, because you get Audrey, and her whole story with the sailor story, but the first one you kind of spoke on. But I want to ask you about, before we move on from the fucking city in darkness, or the city without the sun, the Silver City, is that what it's called?
Yes.
And so I find that fascinating, because that's the one with the warrior pathways. Is that what that pathway that they do?
So they have a bunch of pathways, but they have up to sequence 4. They have the warrior pathway, and then there's, the secret supplicant pathway.
Yeah.
I think we have a couple of them in the first season. They also have access to that pathway up to sequence 4 or 5. And then what others do they have? They may have some others, but it doesn't go into it that much. Most of the people there, it said take warrior pathway.
Right.
Because we get a couple of elders. And I think like 3 of the other elders we get are all like sequence 4 warrior. So they're mainly warrior.
That makes sense. And so they go out they're trying to find the sun. It's beautiful. It's so platonic, trying to find the sun.
Trying to find a way out of the darkness.
A way out of the darkness. And upon doing so, they go into the unknown realms to find shards of things that can hopefully bring them whatever.
Yes, and they worship the ancient sun god, not original creator, not primordial, and not true creator, the ancient sun god.
Interesting. Okay, interesting. And so what I find fascinating is it's like they have a bit of the woman has the ability to also have some of the chthonic Lovecraftian entities.
Yeah, so this is the secret supplicant, which maybe I'll go through this and I'll spoil for some people. Those potion sequences include authorities to do with shadows and blood. And so at sequence 5, which is her sequence, you can basically, how I said, like, if you take another potion, you just get insta-killed?
Yeah.
Her potion sequence is called Shepherd.
Shepherd!
And the ritual to become Shepherd is you need to be able to astrally project out of your body, but then control your body and make it drink the potion while you're not in it. And basically, fundamentally, you can absorb beyond. Well, you got to kill a person who's a beyonder, and you're able to shepherd their soul with the beyonder characteristic. And so even though you're a shepherd, you could say you kill Dunn and you absorb his soul and his beyonder characteristic, you can then use nightmare powers, even though you're a shepherd.
Okay.
So shepherds are usually OP because they're shepherds. They're already sequence 5, but then they've like absorbed a freaking a priest of light from the Sun Temple, and they've absorbed a sailor here, and so they can use freaking wind magic and shit. And then shepherds, out of all of because this is the other thing I love, the potion sequences aren't equal at all. Like, once you reach sequence 5, some are cool, but like shepherds are by far giga chads at sequence 5. Like, if you're a sequence 5 and you meet a shepherd, you're fucked. You're effed, dog. You're getting killed. Also, the other thing I should say about sequence 5 is you are fundamentally still a normal person with superpowers. Most sequence 5, if a guy walks up to behind you with a gun and shoots you on the back of the head, you're going to die. Unless you're like the dragon pathway with dragon scales, or your sequence 5 wraith, and you can just go ghost mode and it just passes through you, sure. But shepherd, you have blood magic. So someone shoots you on the back of the head, your head regenerates. It's like you're absolutely OP. You're absolutely OP. So she's a shepherd.
Yeah. And so then they have this. So they went out there and they've got the kid who becomes the son, a tarot member card. And what was so crazy is at first it made me think of, when I was watching it, that she was the one killing people, because of she starts to, she's like sucking them
So yeah, the thing with Elderlovia, I actually don't want to spoil it, but I'll just say, so the whole thing with the sequences is, as soon as you take a potion, you're basically consciously kind of, they can't see into your mind or anything, but you know how Klein takes the seer potion and he can hear that sequence one guy just chattering, saying Fleagray and all of that kind of stuff.
Hornacious
Fleagray, you know, chanting that. If, you know, that, and you know, in the seer pathway, there's no sequence 0. Oh, sorry, I think I'm frozen. Sorry, there's no sequence 0, so that's fine. But if you say you're a bard, there's an everlasting sun god, so you're now connected to that god technically. So your prayers specifically can be heard by that god, and that god. Oops, are we frozen? Yeah.
No.
And it's like, and that god can kind of send you inspiration.
Nice.
The true creator in modern times is the god at the end, is the 0 sequence of the secret supplicant path. And he's kind of insane. Yeah. You find some things out about him, about him later, but he is technically an insane god, not necessarily evil like the Hidden Sage. Hidden Sage is a bit of a dick. Old Neil, he ruined Old Neil, the Hidden Sage.
Right.
But the true creator is completely kind of has a small problem with complete insanity. The true creator is kind of crazy.
Okay.
And that god whispers into everyone who's a part of the secret supplicant. Because the whole thing, secret supplicant is sequence 9. Sequence 8 is called listener. Oh. This is why that pathway is so hard, because as soon as you hit listener, you basically have, because you listen to things, if you listen to something you're not allowed to hear in the Lord of Mysteries world, you go insane and you die. Yeah. So listener is kind of like listen to things you shouldn't hear. Right. You might just go insane and explode and die. Yeah. So anyone who's reached Shepherd, you know they're already half crazy.
Interesting. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, and that's why they just go out there in their very Witcher-like attitude and just take care of all the fucking demons while they're trying to find the sun. Find a way out into. And I like it. It was so heart-wrenching because when they get back there, they have the kid has to take out his parents and drove themselves crazy.
And that's the curse of the City of Silver. That's double-edged. Yep. The living in the City of Silver, they are the only people in the ancient land and the forsaken land of the god that kind of have food, a consistent food source.
Okay, that makes sense.
But if you die in, like, the whole thing is those people, they if you die naturally of natural causes, you just turn into a monster, and unless someone of your bloodline kills you. And they make it brutal in the anime. In the light novel, when Little Sun does it, they put your parents in a coffin, and you can kind of hear, like, there's 2 coffins, and he can kind of hear his parents murmuring in pain. But you get a sword and you just stab through the coffin.
Oh, so you don't actually have to see it.
You don't have to. In the freaking anime, they're just in cages and they're like, "Do it, son." Yeah, and I'm like, "Bro, what the fuck?"
Yeah, that's good. That's hilarious. So Halogen says, actually, a god can hear prayers from people from different pathways. Yeah, just depends.
If someone has your honorific name and they pray to you, you can hear them. Yeah, but you're also connected directly to people from the specific pathway.
Okay, nice. And so I like that. So the first episode of the special episodes was great because you get to see a different character, you get to see the different pathways, which is quite beautiful, and you get to see this unknown area where I liked Audrey. It was like Miss Justice. She's like, what she say? She's all like, you're from where? She was like flabbergasted. Yeah. Like, are you fucking kidding me? There's no possible way that's where you're from. And so it's interesting how, due to the kind of time period they're in and just the mysteriousness of this whole area, no one,
and that's always the fun thing. Whenever a new character is added, and then people exchange informations, there's always wait, what did Little Sun say? When Miss Hermit. This is way later, but when Miss Hermit gets added to the group, she makes a trade, because the Tarot Club kind of becomes a market little trade, like who trades between each other. And she gets like something from Little Sun with descriptions, and she's like, what the fuck? And these are all like the ancient descriptions of beyond a character. And she's like, what the hell? And like, there's always a Little Sun blows people's mind when they figure out where he is.
Oh, that's cool. And so do you eventually do you get a full map of like where they're at, and
Yes, this is one other thing I should say. Do not go into the wiki and look at the full map, because there is a specific spoiler on the full map of specifically the Forsaken Land of the Gods has a spoiler in it which you don't want to know.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is over 1,000 chapters in. But and it's so even if you're 1,000 chapter in, it's like, I wonder what it is. And it's like, no, don't look at it. Trust me, don't look at it. You can look at a map of the rest of the world. Like they have the freaking Buckland and Trier and the Fasek kingdoms, and then below that they have these. It's kind of like Brazilians in the south with the country of death. It's like you can look at a map of that stuff for sure. But it's like the other stuff has a massive spoiler in it.
Yeah, that's cool. No, that makes a lot of sense. That's yeah, it's a great episode. I like the fights. The fight that she had was so fucking brilliant. All the battles are so beautiful. It's some of the best like CGI anime. However the Chinese are doing it right now, they're doing a great job.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, and so she's a shepherd, and she has. I think she actually absorbed. They said she absorbed a wraith, but fundamentally, what she absorbed was like a sequence 3 remnant of a warrior pathway. Because she's only sequence 5, she can't use it up to that level, but she's basically a pseudo sequence 4
because of how much she's amped up her sequence 5 so much with that.
Because a sequence 3, but she's sequence 5, it kind of levels out in the middle. So she's basically a sequence 4.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, she's a badass. And then it ends, and
she's very cool.
You get the next 2 episodes, which are the story of the sailor. You get the Hanged Man. And so what I found interesting in the books, actually, on this part, it happens really soon. So these 2 episodes happen during the beginning in the first volume in a certain way. It's kind of scattered throughout, and they just put them together in these 2 episodes. And so initially, in the second episode, is it the second or is it the first episode? In the first episode of the actual season 1, the first time Klein goes into the Gray Fog and formulates the Tarot Club, he brings upon these 2 random stars, right? As Crowley states, every man and every woman is a star. And you really get that representation in the Lord of Mysteries, because I liked it. So I made a few connections that when he initially, before he is entering into the Gray Fog, there's all these ruby, like red star, like rubies around him. And to me, that's like a representation of different philosopher stones. I don't know. That's the initial. I was like, oh, that's cool.
Could be different pathways.
Probably.
Because
right.
There is a mystery about that.
Okay, cool. Nice. See, this is my uninitiated, and Richard is the initiate of the Lord of Mysteries, the high adept master. He is Epissimus. Richard is the Epissimus of the fucking Lord of Mysteries. Maybe Richard is the Lord of Mysteries.
I'm just a little fool.
Yeah, exactly. Praise the fool.
Half fool on my way.
Praise the fool, Richard. But and so what's cool is you get to see where the Hanged Man is, and he's on a boat. He's a sailor pathway, and he's holding, as he goes back, he's holding a potion or a crystal. He's holding something, and then it shatters in his hand, and then right?
Yeah. And then it's some kind of relic.
A relic, right? And so, and that to me, and because Miss Justice was before a mirror, basically saying "mirror, mirror on the wall." So they were both doing their own form of ceremony and ritual, and this one finally worked. And the fool, or Klein, pulls them into the Gray Fog and into parts of it, into the mindscape, this astral temple, and then they all communicate. Interesting enough, if you read about who did this, and I just read it the other day, but I think Blavatsky talked about this, and other people have talked about how you can formulate, and I do like, where are the secret chiefs, right? Where is Eckenstein's sanctuary of the gods? These types of things. It's like, well, do your ritual enough, hone your astral temple enough, and then but don't lust for result. And eventually, maybe you may just finally break free through some of the darkness and into this new realm of the gods, and you can be a part of, as they say, the invisible college or whatever. And so I really like these allegories, these metaphors to what's going on with the astral temple. And he, after Klein talks to them, and he's gaining every time they go into the Grey Fog and the Tarot Club, Klein is gaining information as the Fool. He's like, I need to know more. And so he acts in this way, which is beautiful, and a different voice beckons into these people. And then as they all go away and do their own thing, that's where the second episode comes in, and the hanged man, the Sailor Pathway guy, what's his name? I don't remember his name. Algier, thank you. He goes in, and now he enters into a cabin, and you get him like picking up the sea captain on the ship that they're in, and he throws them through the wind, the fucking thing, as the ship comes back together. But in the anime, that's when you get this new character that comes in, and supposedly he's got some kind of fucking gauntlet artifact that's on his hand, right? What is that?
That's actually an artifact that's made. So how they make artifacts is when you kill a Beyonder and you get a Beyonder characteristic, instead of making another Beyonder, you can actually turn it into an item.
That's what it is.
And so that's basically made from a shepherd.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So what I said about Elder Lovia and like shepherds, how shepherds are OP.
Yeah. Creeping hunger.
It basically, the negative effect of it, because the whole thing about, the artifacts is they have that little bit of consciousness. So most artifacts have a negative side. With creeping hunger, it's basically almost conscious, and it just wants it wants food, or else it will devour you. But if you devour a Beyonder, it gives you that shepherd effect of, you can devour someone, take their soul and their Beyonder characteristic into one of the fingers of the glove. And then you can basically have 5 different Beyonder abilities, even though you can not even be actually, you probably need to be a Beyonder to use it. But once you can be a sequence 9 and get that glove, and then just have a bunch of sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics in it and just be OP.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So he's not very powerful. He's a sequence 6, which is one above done. So it shows you what level he is. But with that artifact, he's basically very dangerous.
Yeah, because he's really so Algier's super afraid of this guy, and is like, this guy's gonna fuck us all up. And so then that's where you get it's cool, because you get the interaction of Audrey with Algier, and then you get a few other Beyonders, one that has the ability to move through create her own doorways. These 2 women,
Madame Fours,
which is super fucking cool. But I don't think that's the pathway. I don't want to just create doors. And
she's got, I know, the apprentice pathway later on becomes quite overpowered.
Oh yeah, it's because that's what that is. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. It's basically, doors are at the beginning, but basically by sequence 5, you can just teleport.
That's cool. I would take that. Full teleportation. What's the movie that does that? Is it called Push? No, that's a
Jumper.
One. Jumper, bro. Yeah, that was a crazy. Isn't that Christian? That's the Hayden Christensen early.
Basically, you become Jumper with some other abilities.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that was a great. I love those 2 episodes, because I love seeing what's his name battle in the palace and Audrey's like family home.
Yeah,
that is one of the best.
And that's an interesting thing, where it's like the politicians they either have Beyonder bodyguards. Common people don't know about Beyonders, but if you're a politician, you kind of get a little access into the world, and maybe they even let you take a potion or 2.
Yeah, and doesn't that remind you of our own, where it's like the occult and the esoteric are deeply integrated into our politics?
Exactly. In fact, there's once again, I'm not going to spoil anything, but there's something up with, let's just say, Augustus the King, and Zio. Was it Fours and Zio? Zio's storyline is interesting, because this is another thing with, how I was saying, like, you can take 2 of the same Beyonder thing to like boost your power. If you do that as well, like say you're sequence 7 and you take another sequence 7 potion of the same thing to like boost your power, you can actually eject that from your body by having a kid.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so basically Zio she was born an arbiter.
Crazy.
So she's really interesting, her sequence 9 thing, but her dad her dad's dead. But why did he die? And what was he doing with the royal family and politics? There's some interesting shit going on. And her and Fours get up to some interesting stuff.
That's cool. And then that's where we get the great battle so far of Azek versus the guy with
Yeah.
which is so cool. And you get to truly see it, right? Sequence 4 Azek.
Well, no, Mr. Azek's sequence. Well, they say he must be
super high.
Yeah, he must be sequence 3 or sequence 2, and I'm like, When you find out also his past as well, it's like, oh, dog, he's clapping everyone's cheeks.
Crazy. No, that's great. I love it because he's got this cold, dead look in his hands, but he still cares. He's got that care with him, you know. And it's so funny because what they say is like, he's trying to figure out how can Mr. Fool help them out in this, and he's like, oh, I figured it out. I'll send somebody. He's like, I don't know anybody. Who am I going to do? Okay, I'll do this. And then all of a sudden, Azek shows up and fucking just.
There's a very funny dichotomy in this story of he gets these Tarot Club members who are all low sequences, and we go through the story and watch them all develop. But also he meets random Giga Chads who are like random sequence 1s and 2s of other pathways. So Mr. Azek is the first one, but we got some other ones coming up. We'll get. We'll get a guy called Will. I won't say what pathway he's of, but he's also a funny character that helps out the Church of the Fool, Mr. Azek style. And also there's, what is it? I think they just call her, Madam Messenger, which is really funny. In this series, you know how Miss Daly has a messenger? There's a thing, you can kind of go through a practice to gain your own messenger. It doesn't work you can do it at any time as any sequence, but it just won't work for most people. There are some paths that are more privileged than others. However, because you're the fool with the fog of Castle Sephiroth, imagine what that attracts. And he accidentally gets a messenger, and he has no idea who this messenger is. But there are some certain hints, certain people summon Klein's messenger at certain points, and they're like, whoa, what the hell is that? And they're like, how? It's very funny when you find out who the messenger is. But he basically gets an OP messenger, and he's got 2 friends from completely other epochs of the world who are crazy high sequence, and it makes for mad kind of a character story arcs. It's very funny. It's very funny.
That's amazing. Okay, great. Oh god, it's so I just can't wait until I read more. I'm gonna buy all the volumes, but they only go up to volume 4, and I'm guessing.
I mean, volume 3 is peak, because the next volume, Sherlock Moriarty, the detective. After that, German Sparrow, and then after that, Dwayne Dante's in volume 4 is quite good as well. But everyone likes German Sparrow. They say that's the best volume. But a lot of people, we have it in our hearts for Sherlock Moriarty. Sherlock Moriarty is a great side story character. He's a great face of Klein that Klein wears. He's the detective extraordinaire. And we get he comes back to it at one point, but unfortunately, a lot of the characters do get discarded after he progresses. But Sherlock's great.
Nice. And I like how they take 2 of the, Sherlock Moriarty, another Chinese way of being all like, look at this cool character. I'm going to mix 2 into just this one.
And it's also an indicator, say
he's a detective.
Yeah. So, in the sequel, in Circle of Inevitability, there are, say, other transmigrators who come, and they're like, who's this Sherlock Moriarty? And there's German Sparrow. They're like, who's this pirate hunter, German Sparrow? Clearly.
That's hilarious.
This guy played Darkseid. The funny thing, I'm not sure if they do it in the show that much, but in the novel, Klein will be he'll mention something, and he'll be like, Romeo, Juliet. And then he'll be like, oh no, that's from my world. And the person he's talking to will be like, I see you're a fan of Emperor Roselle's books. And then in Klein's mind, he's like that absolute fraud. He stole Shakespeare's works. And everyone's like, oh, Emperor Roselle, he makes great poetry and plays, so doesn't he?
That's hilarious.
It's just Shakespeare.
I mean, that's very telling. We don't know who Shakespeare is, right? Could be Sir Francis Bacon. Could be, so it's a very interesting play on how our mind is that when we're creating things. It's all like, oh, I did that. And you're all like, no, actually, what did I just watch? Kaiba and I just watched a movie. It was with Tom Hiddleston, and they were vampires. And this other woman, they're really well known. They're romantic vampire lovers who go through time, and it's basically a story. It's great. God, I can't remember what it was called. Anyway, vampires are the ones who helped Shakespeare write. Vampires were the ones who, and then the main character, Tom Hiddleston's vampire character, he was the one who wrote Schubert's Adagios and gave it to him and did, so it's fun to think like that kind of thing to hide your work.
That is a very thing. Like if you ever read the book Zanoni, the character of Zanoni is kind of a character known kind of in the Western esoteric tradition, not so much now, but back in the day, like Blavatsky talked about him as a real person. And there are some esoteric schools, specifically the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, who would write books and be like, this is written by Zanoni. Like there's pseudo Zanoni works, but he's supposed to be a guy from Chaldea who gained immortality through alchemy, but then died in the French Revolution. But Lord Edward Bulwer Lytton, the guy who the pen is mightier than the sword, who wrote Vril Coming Race, he wrote a book called Zanoni. But in the introduction, he claims that he made a friend who was a true Rosicrucian, and that friend was this old elder who, his house was filled with books. And on his deathbed, he was like, I leave everything to you, my good friend, Edward Bulwer. I also leave you this manuscript, which is half finished. I want you to finish it and publish it. And it's this manuscript, Zanoni. And so Edward Bulwer Lytton basically ends the introduction basically saying, so this manuscript is written by a true Rosicrucian master. Which part is him and which part is me? I will not say. That is for you to figure out.
Of course.
And I'm like, interesting. It's that melding of the eternal and the temporal, of the human and the immortal. That's great. I again thank you to Lampshade with that a little bit ago. Another dropping
it right now, Lampshade. We appreciate you so much. Thank you for the show. Great content and guests. Please continue your internet activity, but it could have been better with Lodestone in your front pocket. Load up.
Oh, that's an in joke from what is it last yesterday? I did Manly P Hole. My Manly P Hole stream, and I was talking about. It was the chapter on gems and talismans, and they were talking about some magic ritual, how the lodestone attracts. And I was like, dude, imagine if, an entertainer wants to be more charismatic, and so they put a lodestone in the front of their pants, and then they go on stage. And it's like, is that a lodestone in your pants, or are you just happy to see it? It's like, that's the attraction, the magnetic attraction.
That's good. That's it. Yeah, the outward extension of your lodestone. It's important to put that load where it goes, as they say.
Bruh, manly PP.
That's hilarious. So, what do you feel? How do you feel about our Lord of Mysteries? What are we missing in this beautiful exposition that we're getting as we're moving into? So, season 2 comes out in like a year from now, and supposedly it's going to be like 22 to 40 episodes. I hate all the guests.
Is it at the end of this year, or is it actually next year?
I think it's at next year.
Oh,
yeah, I think so. Let's look it up. Lord of Mysteries season 2. As we,
I thought the special episodes were supposed to be a teaser, and now they're going to come out.
No,
they're going to coming out soon.
Yeah, second season will be coming out in 2027. Yeah, it's sad. Yeah, it's sad.
Everyone read the novel. Get on it.
Yeah, catch up.
Sherlock Moriarty, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. And so, 40 episodes would be a lot. I'm guessing it's not going to be that.
I hope it is, just because of all the little twists and turns, because we kind of need Klein to kind of establish himself. Are we frozen?
No, I'm here.
Okay, we're back.
Yeah.
We need Klein to kind of find certain meeting grounds, get into political tuffles. We need the introduction of Miss Bodyguard. We also need the Great Smog of Buckland back, because the whole thing is he needs to get through 3 potions. He needs to get sequence 7 and sequence 6 down. So he needs to find the ingredients, take the potion, experience the potion, digest it, then figure out what the next potion is, get the parts for that, and then all of this stuff unfolds as he's all kind of getting through and doing all of that stuff.
There's a lot.
Yeah, and as he gets more famous as a detective, he gets embroiled in a prince's schemes from the royal house. So we'll see some stuff to do with that. And there is a lot. And of course, he also needs to get revenge because he figures out where Lavernus is.
Okay.
And on top of that, we have the Tarot Club and what they're all doing. And I'm pretty sure Alger goes to like a pirate meetup. Because the thing about Alger that's interesting is he is a double agent.
That's what you can tell. You don't know. You can tell that. He's like, you're like, is this guy a good guy or a bad guy?
I'm not sure if it's like established in the anime, but in the novel, it's like established that he's from the Church of Storms, but because of pirates and piracy, the Church of Storms sends out agents to like be fake pirates.
Yeah, we got that in the new episodes. That's what we just got. Yep.
So Alger is this kind of double agent, and he goes to this hardcore pirate meetup where he sees the Lords of the Sea. And so we get introduced to like Ludwig and like the demon guy and like some of the other pirate. I think there's like 5 pirate lords. 3 of them are chicks, which is ultra random. Nice. One's a tower pathway, one's mystery prior pathway, one's a demoness pathway, sexy girl.
Nice.
And then the other 2 is one is literally the demon. The demoness pathway and the demon pathway are different.
Okay, nice. That makes sense.
And then there's Ludwig is the freaking undead guy, which is interesting.
Okay, that sounds amazing. And so that's all happening. Yeah, I guess you would have to have that many episodes to try to get all of that in. I
hope they take their time. I hope they take their time and have Klein doing proper investigations, setting moods, interviewing people. And he also like makes it into, because once he makes friends, you make friends with one rich person, then they bring you along to a party, and then he accidentally, crosses paths with
other Beyonders and things. Yeah.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I hope they go that route, because 10 episodes was not enough for season 1, hence why we got these special episodes.
Yeah.
If they I just want them to, I mean, in the end, it's like, 2027, but God, I hope they do take their time and they just, they make it, they put all the details in. That'd be for the best.
That'd be for the best. Especially to shut up all the haters who don't understand good.
Oh my God.
Good writing. It's like this, in this day and age of amphetamine out Adderall children and, and like the mind that twatters all around when all we want to do is scroll. It's like, no, this anime is not fan service. This is a deep esoteric initiation into something. And something beautiful it is. That it's like, just wonder a little bit, take your time, go back. I mean, Kaiba and I had to rewatch a few episodes just to kind of, especially when it first came out, because the translations were so bad, the subs were so bad. So it's like I went back and I'm like, what just happened? And then you're trying to read all the small text that's going on at the same time. Those last 2 episodes, when you get the final battle and you get to see it's crazy.
That was done so well in the anime as well. Like, I loved the light novel, but that anime ending was peak.
It was one of the most beautiful things I've actually ever seen, because you really get the callback to that, the girl that you've seen a bunch throughout the, and then like, what is this true creator character that, that Dunn sees and like kind of like puts him out, and then all of a sudden you get, what is this mysterious feather that's falling all the fucking time? Yeah, which and it's done so well, because it's like, once you go back and rewatch, you're like, okay, I can tell all the places that this mysterious thing that is happening, until you finally put the pieces together. And what's fascinating is how you get to hear about this person who stole stuff from, this is, if to give the people a good understanding, what is the Chanis Gate, which is really important to this whole storyline. So yeah, you tell me about it.
The Chanis Gate,
please.
The Chanis Gate is basically a kind of a treasure trove of sealed artifacts. They have their own. The artifacts are interesting because we see them numbered, and they have that. What is a sequence like? If it's a 3 or a 4, it's 8. If it's 2 or 1, and if it's a 0, 008 or something, yeah, you're kind of screwed. In fact, anything that has a 0 or a 1. That basically means learning about it can drive you insane.
Yep. You shouldn't even talk about it.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because it makes you wonder what 001 is. And for all those readers out there, if you get to Circle of Inevitability, the sequel, they actually go into the backstory and lore of what the sealed artifact 001 is. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
It's sealed by the Church of Knowledge, and it's crazy. It's absolutely insane.
Okay.
But fundamentally, the zero artifacts are interesting because they're conscious. And that's also why they need to be sealed, because this is the thing. I mentioned before, to become a god, you need 3 sequence 1 Beyond the characteristics. The Beyond the characteristics seem to be unlimited at like sequence 9. But as you move up, they become limited. And by sequence 1, there's only 3 of any pathway. But to also become a god, you don't need just 3 sequence 1 Beyond the characteristics. You need an item called a uniqueness. Each god has its own uniqueness, its own unique properties. And basically, there are basically some of the sealed artifacts, the 008, or is it like the 00 artifacts, they're basically uniquenesses of pathways of gods that don't exist, but they're conscious. And so they're trying to break out. And so it's this interesting thing of that bad guy. And that bad guy, later on, you kind of wonder, is he really evil or is he being controlled?
Is he being possessed by the higher?
Is he being possessed? And that shows how dangerous these artifacts are. Because a lot of the artifacts are literally living. And it's like learning about them can influence you. Learning about them can decay your sanity. And it's like, that's why these Charnus gates exist. And each, what do you call it? Each church has their own equivalent, their own seals, which is really crazy because I just remembered there's a part in way later on, because there's a pathway called the apprentice pathway. It's called the door pathway, and there's may or may not be an apotheosis ritual where someone reaches the end of that, and the sign that someone reaches the end of that is all the doors in the entire world open at the same time.
Wow.
And just so every single locked door, but that implies every single locked seal in all of the churches opens up at the same time, and all of the world goes into chaos, and everyone's like, holy shit. And all of the sequence 1s and all of the churches are like, oh shit, we know what that means. There's a new god on the loose.
Crazy. Nice. And do they continue to give you like like when you're reading it, does it really fill you with a very similar feeling as when you're watching some of these badass moments happen?
Yeah, definitely. When you read it, I'm going to say some of it's nebulous. I think when there's more, beyond sequence 4, when there's more than one sequence 4 guy, it gets confusing.
Yeah.
Not going to lie.
Yeah.
It gets confusing as hell. And then like the final, not to spoil anything, but the final fight, where it's basically like 2 gods throwing supernovas at each other. It's kind of like, I can't wait for the anime because I want to understand what's going on.
Yeah. No, I agree.
But especially, and this is the magic of the early volumes. Volume 1 to 4 has so many peak scenes that you'll read, and at the very least, you'll read and be like, I want to see this in the anime. Yeah. This is amazing. I want to, and especially some funny bits, I want to see Ed Sheeran get nuked by the God of Storms. I want to see this cult master who's abusing the name of gods get immediately nuked by a lightning bolt randomly. I don't know what the author of Lord of Mysteries had against Ed Sheeran, but he just randomly makes a character called Ed Sheeran and makes him.
Does he really? I didn't know if you were joking. Yeah. That's an actual character name?
There's a guy who's basically like seducing women in his like spiritual group and sleeping with them, pretending to be a guru, and he just gets instantly nuked, like with a lightning bolt.
That's good.
Which nice. I wish happened to false gurus in our world.
Oh God, it would be so nice. It would be so nice. It's like, if you don't, we need that kind of thing. Be a lot, anyway, there's a lot of them. There'd be a lot of nuking going on. Just think that could be one of your Beyonder pathway powers. Once you level up, and all of a sudden you can just kind of like, it's almost like the Infinity Gauntlet. It's a version of having like the Infinity Gauntlet that Thanos has, and he does the clicking, and then half of the world. It's like all fake gurus get shot by a lightning bolt.
Well, once you reach sequence 3 or 4, people can pray to you, even though you don't need followers. They can pray to you. So if you like have an honorific name and someone abuses that, even if you're a sequence 4, you know exactly where they are.
Oh, that makes sense. That's good. Okay, which is why you and I don't have powers yet. I think this is what we're
exactly, and that's why in the world they're like, don't pray to entities you don't know what they are.
Yeah, right, exactly, and that goes back to the occult dabbling is very dangerous because a lot of people I see are praying to entities that they probably haven't done enough research and understanding of what these things are doing. It's like I've heard Miguel Conner of Aeon Byte talk about how for a long time why he got rid of the name Abraxas as his like and he called himself Abraxas for a long time and then stopped doing it because if he understood a little more about Abraxas and then at the end I think he came to more of a Buddhistic like whatever about it, but for a long time I think it is really important to understand the names that we call ourselves. Sometimes you can tap into those egregores, and if you don't understand, like Hermes and Odin and a lot of these characters, it's like if you're not careful enough, the trickster part will
possess you.
Yeah, well, 100% without the correct just mind state.
And that's, I think, to reflect in the real world. That's what the pathways are. It's like, in the Lord of Mysteries, they follow these pathways, and at the end, they're creating a community of gods. Is what's supposed to happen. And in the real world, that's fundamentally what the spiritual pathways are. Jesus didn't want the original Jesus, didn't want the Gnostic Jesus, didn't want followers. He wanted peers.
Yes.
He wanted you will do these things that I'm doing and greater. Yes. It's like the Buddha didn't want to invent Buddhism. No. He wanted a path. He wanted a way. He wanted a community of enlightened beings. That's what we're all doing on our different paths to the divine. We're going to it's good to fraternize with people on different paths because if you're on the same path, you may need to kill them for a beyond a characteristic that you don't have.
Yeah.
We fraternize with people in these different paths of the divine, and we want to have this community of gods.
Yeah.
Community of initiates.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think it's really important because these stories give us, again, they're a signpost, they're guides for our own understanding about what initiation is, what mystery schools are, what like a new mythology. When I was asked on a podcast once about like what are my favorite myths, and I was all and I kind of ran through them really fast into my head all the ancient myths, but at the same time I'm all like, no, I think it's contemporary mythology that's going on right now in our animes and our donghwas, in our stories from the East,
sci-fi.
In the sci-fi that's going on in even some of the the Western comics, which is kind of taking a shit due to propaganda and whatnot, and corporation, but they are brilliant. And Lord of Mysteries is one of those that can give you a direct understanding because it's taking from the exact Western esoteric tradition that initiates the adept of adepts, this golden thread, as Jocelyn Godwin talks about it, that runs through history all the way back pre-Sumerian and Babylon to whatever happened pre-Younger Dryas. You know what I mean? Like what are the Anunnaki and the Enuma and the Ipkalu? What are the sorcerers and magi through time? And how do we try to not go crazy in understanding the existential angst that we all feel on a daily basis? And when we tap into our true beyonder pathways, how to stay sane amongst it goes back to what you and I have been talking about this whole time, is that you have to have a practice. And most of the time you probably should just be meditating and then adding on from that, but find and grow roots. It's like, why do these high level gods, beyonders, have to have these churches? Because that's their route into Malkuth, which is in Kether, but Kether is in Malkuth. And how do we have that link? It's sympathetic magic at its finest and its easiest. It's root yourself into the ground. And then from there, the sky's the limit. I truly believe.
100%. Yes.
Beautiful. How you feeling, Richard?
I'm feeling saucy.
Yeah, beautiful. What time is it there right now with you?
It's almost lunch.
Almost lunchtime. Beautiful. That's beautiful.
How late? What time over here? What time is it over there?
Well, over in the great Americas, it's 9:30.
Okay, damn.
Oh, we're crushing it over here. My old old being. I'm learning how to age gracefully while biologically going in reverse. I'm trying to truly become a beyonder. And I know you are. I know you are too, though, because this is the art of becoming a beyonder here.
Oh, I got to ask. I know you haven't experienced all of the Beyonder paths because you've just done the anime.
Yeah.
What path? What potion would you drink?
That's a great question. I've thought about it because you asked it on X, and I was like, man, I feel like such a noob because I don't know all of them. And so like right now, out of the ones I've seen in the first volume and season, I really like. So learning about the shepherds was pretty badass. And what potion is that one?
So that's Secret Supplicant, which is like simp for the first two.
Yeah.
But basically, by the time you get to sequence 7, you get some shadow powers.
Yeah.
And then sequence 6 is called Rose Bishop, and you get blood magic.
Of course. Blood magic. And then 5 is the shepherd?
And then 5 is shepherd.
Okay. That's
actually potion 4 is called like Black Knight or something, and you get some cool powers of that.
Oh, that's cool. So it takes a while. So that may be best related to I wasn't a simp when I was younger, but we all go through awkward stages as a boy. But I really like also, I like the Midnight Poet.
Oh yeah. Sleepless to Midnight Poet.
Sleepless is super cool. And then the Nightmare, I like how Dunsmith uses his power. Like seeing what he did when they went in to take down Azek's son, Wraith. His son is the Wraith, and how he defeated that was amazing.
Yeah, the dream stuff is interesting, and it would be hard to counter that unless you're a spectator or you got like some spirit powers. Yeah. A lot of the dumb paths would probably get one shot by that.
Yeah,
Warrior's cool and all, but Warrior doesn't really shine until sequence 6. It's like Warrior, and then like the sequence 8 is something weird like Pugilist. So you're just like a boxer.
You're just boxing, yeah.
And then like sequence 7 is Weapons Master. And it's like, okay, cool. You pick up a weapon and you can use it as if you're a master.
Yeah,
I mean, that's cool, but you're not shooting anything. But then like sequence 6 is called like Sun Knight. And you just get like solar armor just appears whenever you want. And you can just get like a solar sword appear and just throw it through walls and shit. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's a giant qualitative jump. So like Warrior doesn't get cool until later.
Okay, I like that one. Do you just have people that follow you that just use your name as in their handles?
So Richard Maxing, that's the first time I've seen that one. Like, hey, how's it going, bro? But like the first one ever was Richard's Member. Some guy named themselves Richard's Member, and I'm like, what's going on here? But he was a nice guy. He's cool. I like my member. Yeah. And now I'm seeing Richard Maxing, and I'm like,
that's cool. Nice. And who doesn't want a Richard Max?
Yeah.
I've obviously, I'm here Richard Maxing all over the place.
Because the thing about also, I should mention, the Sleepless is the neighboring pathways for that are the Corpse Collector pathway, because there's no god. The sequence 0 god of death died in the 4th epoch.
Oh, crazy.
But there is a god on the warrior path, which is why they don't have the warrior path in the Evernite Church. This isn't something interesting. They totally have the formulas. They just don't give them out. Because if you take a warrior path potion, there's a chance that you get connected to, the angels, the sequence 2 angels of the Church of the freaking giant or whatever.
Right. Okay.
And the god of war. So, but they're interchangeable. So it's interesting. You could go Sleepless, and then at sequence 5, you could just jump and become like sequence 4. Freaking Colin Iliad with so you could be a warrior, a Giga Chad dual-wielding swordmaster who can also use nightmare powers. That would be sick.
Oh, that would be sick. Let's do that. Oh, nice. Base. Howling Richard. You have your own howlers.
Yeah.
I love that. And yes, the show's going great. We're having a great time right now. That we're still going. We're crushing 3.5 hours deep here. Richard, no Hylix allowed, and Magus in the media crushing Lord of the Mysteries as we truly take on and understand what does it take to become a Beyonder. Can you become a Beyonder? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Well, this is beautiful. Anything else to help wrap up this beautiful show as we go? We're gonna have to go part 2, 3, and 4, as in 5 and 6, as the show goes on. Richard and I will continue to break down the beauty of these things from the lens of practitioner occultists ourselves. And so, yeah, hit me with it. What do you think?
As soon as another season comes out, we got to get together. We got to get together.
Yeah,
straight up. Well, we'll live stream us watching it together separately. Live commentary. Let's go.
I love that. Let's go. We'll bring Kaiv in here. She's watched with me, so I think
nice.
She had a great perspective, especially from the astrological perspective that she brings, which is nice.
Hell yeah! But yeah, if we get into other anime stuff, like, well, yeah, what's your top animes, bruh?
Yeah,
I know you're into Jujutsu Kaisen and all of that.
Yeah, my top animes, great question. I am obviously a follower of the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, one of the great and goats of all time. It has changed my life. I've seen it a billion times.
Nice.
So that's at the top of the list. I also really like I'm old school and new school. So I think that Solo Leveling is
nice.
Amazing. And I've done a bunch of I've done like 3 videos on that in the early last year.
Hell yeah.
And such a Gnostic tale. And
there's this weird thing with South Korea's capitalism, because it's like everyone feels so crushed. All of their stories are about ascending towers.
Oh, interesting.
It's always about ascending, because it's like ascending and becoming a CEO, but there's always like a CEO character, the son of a CEO who's a dick. And they always have this underdog morality, ascending towers or going deeper into dungeons. There's this weird Gnostic and gaining power, but then not being a dick with it.
That's
in all of their stories. It's like, I swear it's to do with their ultra-capitalist society, how everyone just feels crushed. And so it comes out in their fantasies. It comes out into their fantasies of this tower of ascension. And as I ascend the tower, the struggles I face help me become a god.
Based. That's cool. That's a great explanation, actually. South Korea is so fucked.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is, but it's so fascinating to, like you say that, because there is that. And I think, again, people, for storytelling and understanding our real life, is that fiction and reality are intertwined, and we express ourselves through our fiction, and fiction expresses itself through us.
Exactly.
And so somebody caught you, Richard. Holy shit, I caught Richard.
Big Hole Art. Howdy, Big Hole Art. Because that's the other thing about the South Korean manhwas and all of their ascension towers and all of that. That's a theme that's repeated again and again and again. And you notice sometimes they do it as an isekai, but a lot of those towers aren't isekai novels. We lived in the normal world, and then there was a huge change. The Tower of God appeared, and then we had to become ascenders. And so it's this weird, there are different companies that have different, you're a C-class hero and a D-class hero.
Yeah. You're an S-class. You're a legendary class.
Yeah, it's literally like the capitalist society while there's this change. But then I have a secret ability that lets me ascend.
Yeah, no, I like that. So Solo Leveling, I think, is like ultimately brilliant because of it's easy for us weebs, shonen lovers, us magician / like people who are just trying to better ourselves. It's like it's easy to put yourself into Sun Jin-woo's character, right? It's like you just want to level up, and it's like everything we loved about video games growing up, and now you just super max yourself in a One Punch Man manner, but even just way better than that.
I like, Nulu in the chat just said, literature is like operant philosophy. Exactly.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's
exactly. This is what literature is. Literature, the narrative, the story.
Yeah,
it's all that guiding force. But anyway, sorry, I interrupted you.
No, and I
talking about your favorite animes.
So Solo Leveling, Full Metal Alchemist. I love Demon Slayer, Infinity Castle. I mean, that movie is one of the best anime movies that's ever come out. So I like Demon Slayer, but I'm old school as well, like Jujutsu Kaisen. I like Samurai Champloo and Cowboy Bebop and Afro Samurai and all those. So I like a lot. Oh, Sword Art Online, even though a lot of people hate that, I fucking love Sword Art Online.
Did you see the abridged series?
No.
You know how people do silly dubs and they abridge the series?
Oh, yeah.
The Sword Art Online abridged series, if you can get past the voices, they actually fix the lore of that show. It's quite impressive.
Really?
because it starts out as a joke, but then when they joke the programmer, they give him a different motivation, but it works way fucking better than in the show.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Okay, nice. Have you, because I will state the last season, Alchemization.
No, I've only seen the original.
Yeah, you got to continue. You have to. Alchemization gets into AI and how you build up instead of a top down, a bottom up, and actually create.
Ooh, a creation of the Egregores. That's interesting.
Yes, and how you make an actual person. How to break free from the system. It's beautiful. What else? Yeah, I think there's a lot of. I mean, right now, Kagura Bachi is going to be one of the greatest anime of all time, and it's only the manga that's out right now. Dang. I highly recommend reading the manga. It's one of the most beautifully written, and the art and the magical system of the Japanese like samurai power into sword metal, a certain thing. There's like seven like mythical swords. It's beautiful, and it's coming out next year.
Because we definitely got a collab on some of these other things as well.
Yeah,
not just a lot of mysteries.
No, man. What else? What about you?
I think so. Like everything that you said.
Yeah.
Like Full Metal Alchemist, obviously. Yeah. There's one anime which is a silly anime, but I think it is the most Gnostic anime.
Oh.
It's called Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann.
Okay, sounds German. Go on.
That one, it starts off as a kind of a big robot anime.
Okay.
But it's all about kind of like the power of, the human spirit. Yeah. But then they kind of like systematize it, and it's like humans have spiral energy. Everything in the world, everything in the universe has spiral energy, and the human form is like it is because it's able to contain the most spiral energy. That's why humans can survive and not beast men in the outer spheres and things like that. But there's basically, by the end of the series, there's like they fight the demiurge. And it's completely insane because they do this thing where it's like, how robots, they have a robot, but then the two robots will fuse together and combine.
Yeah.
They do that, but to a ridiculous length. Like the robot will combine with a space station, and then the moon activates and becomes a giant ship, which then turns into a robot. And then by the end of the series, the robots are so big that they throw galaxies like shurikens. They're just like fighting in the 10th dimension. But they're literally fighting the demiurge, because the demiurge is the anti-spiral that's trying to stop the spiral energy in the universe from going out of control. The universe will destroy itself if us anti-spirals don't regulate. It's the pillar of severity and the pillar of mercy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's this like pure Binah is the freaking like evil villain at the end of the story, and it's absolutely, but it's insane. It's insane. They'll be like, towards the end of the series, they'll be like, there's these creatures appearing around us, and the probability is beyond like infinite. And it's like, fire the anti-probability cannons to dissolve it. It's just, but it's actually fire. It's actually fire. It's so good.
Okay.
It's so good.
So I should watch that.
24 episodes. 24 episodes.
Oh, that's nothing. Okay. What else?
I would say, so Full Metal Alchemist, Evangelion, of course. I actually still need to watch the rebuilds properly, which is something I just haven't gotten around to doing. But Evangelion, those are my big three.
Nice.
Evangelion, Tengen Toppa, and like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Have you seen Psycho-Pass?
I was just gonna say that. That's one of my favorite ones of all. I'm starting to do. I'm currently in the process of writing a bunch of videos for that, because that's the world that we live in right now.
Yeah, that's especially Britain. That's so good.
And
all of oh Jesus, and all of the like negative things that can arise from trying to systematize and minority report people.
Yeah,
that's such a good, because that's like the philosophy of ethics. That's a true and good meditation on all of the different things that can result from that.
Oh yeah.
That's so good. That was
the civil
so
system
good.
And I already did one video that combined Psycho-Pass and Minority Report, and I may have done one more, and Palantir is what it is. Psycho-Pass, Minority Report, and Palantir. Yeah, and because it's exactly what we're fearing right now with flock cameras in the States, as well as Palantir and Oracle kind of building itself up. And as all of you listening out there, I want you to know, like, this is why we have a practice, and we have like found ourselves down the rabbit hole into the esoteric pathway, is because of there's something going on out in the world, and these stories that we're watching are trying to help us remember. It's the right, anamnesis. It's this remembering of how the tyrant within ourselves can be enlarged out into the world and built into this egregoric system that's actually embodied through the technology of our age. And it's dangerous to the fact that Promethean fire is dangerous, and just this fact, like the sword is dangerous technology through time, is that it can be used in a way to enlighten and free, just like the internet has, right? I'm talking to you, somebody 10 years ago, I would have never been able to talk to because we didn't have the same kind of interconnectivity. You know, like you wouldn't have been able to put out as many videos if there were no internet. You would have had to somehow write all the way from your island to my island, and somehow we would have had to become pen pals. Maybe that would have happened. I think that it would have.
I'm so bad at keeping up with letters. But then again, that's the modern era, so maybe I would have been good back then.
That's what I'm saying. You do a great job putting videos up. I mean, it's just this is our formulation of like when Klein grabs one of the jewels and pulls in somebody's light body into the tarot club. It's like, oh, now here we are, a live stream show with these two channels, right? Like whatever that fucking means. As our own scrying black cubes here, matrices are connecting to the ethospheres, and all of a sudden we have a conversation from across the fucking country, across the world. And so the beauty of that is also the sin of that, and then all of a sudden privacy and the blue light and the EMFs and all these off-gassing of the technology of the times are now interfering with our own nervous system, endocrine, lymphatic structures of how we interact in the world. And so I like to go back to then talk about how solo leveling is a very good representation of how to go up with the system and then go against the system.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
So I think that's a really interesting understanding of how we can take our anime and this modern contemporary mythologies and really integrate them into how we can see the world. And then we can create and become the sovereign individual, sovereign magician that has 100%. The ability to go up against the dark sorcerers.
100%. For whatever reason, there's something that's being suppressed in Western media, and it's coming out in Eastern media, anime. It's being expressed properly, or at least it's being expressed. In anime.
It is. And why do you think that? Because I have this question all the time of why I think that, but what do you think? Why is it coming out in the East and not the West as much? Is it propaganda? Like, I don't understand.
Look, I think, I definitely think there is a CIA element to it. It's like, what's the thing with like, do you follow Right Conscious? The YouTube channel?
No.
He's very similar energy to you, I gotta say.
Okay,
but he had like some video on like all of the CIA freaking literature psyops. And it's like, and he just went through all of the author. John Steinbeck was a Fed. George Orwell was technically a Fed. And then like freaking Ernest Hemingway was a Fed, but also got gang stalked. And at the end of his life was totally paranoid and saying he was gang stalked. And then it came out in the files that his psychiatrist was on the FBI payroll. So he was being gang stalked.
Interesting.
And like, he went through all of this stuff and like how the world of literature is in the West is completely, if the CIA had never influenced it, it would be completely different from what it is now. There was something, oh my God, $100 lampshade. Thank you so much.
Woo! Lampshade for the fucking $100. That's thank you, Lampshade. Gurren Lagann is the best story ever, most powerful.
Gurren Lagann.
Yeah, Jesus is Kamina. This is the drill that will pierce the
heavens. Yes.
R.I.P. Kamina. Gurren Lagann is the best magical system. Beautiful.
It's pure willpower. Pure willpower. But yeah, it's like there is definitely a CIA element, but because of that, there's something that's been lost in the West because, and I need to be very careful here, mixing politics and art, and people be like, all art is political. Yeah, art has a part of it that definitely can be political, but if art is only political, it's shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And the way I like to describe this, actually, can I go off on a tangent? I know we're almost 4 hours in.
Please, let's go. Bro.
Can I fucking tangent again?
Let's fucking go.
Here's my theory about another one of my favorite animes all time, Ghost in Shell. The 1990 movie.
Yep.
That movie has 3 tiers, and this is how you make a good movie. There's the aesthetic, the politic, and the inner philosophy. And the inner philosophy can be as essential as a moral. Like the movie Gladiator has a moral at its core, and then it has the drama and politic around it, and then you have the aesthetic. So Ghost in Shell, fantastic aesthetic. Like that scene where she's in the invis thing and she's beating up that guy, and you see the cyberpunk, cyber,
so good,
like cityscape in the back. Mwah!
Yeah.
Like it's gorgeous. The aesthetic
art
is gorgeous.
Yeah.
And then there's the political side, the drama side, which creates intrigue. There's the puppet master and the hackers and the different agencies, and it's great. But then there's the philosophical side. So for people who don't know, the backstory to Ghost in Shell is you have if I cut my arm off, am I still human? If I cut both my arms off and replace them with robot arms, am I still human? What if I cut everything off and I'm just a brain in a robot? Am I still human? What if I replace my brain with a cyber brain? Am I still human? Because there's robots in the series that are just built mechanical up. Are they human? Or is it different when you get a human and you slowly replace them until there's nothing left that's flesh? Yeah. Are you a robot, or are you a ghost in the shell? Like hence the name.
Yeah.
And it's the whole thing is it's the movie is a meditation on what a human is, because the main character, she has replaced everything. But there's also a further backstory. The movie doesn't go into this, but if you see like other movies or if you're into the series, the major, she was actually, her parents were in a car accident and both died. And she, as like basically an embryo, was immediately put into a cyber brain. So she has never had any memories in a human body. That's why she's weird.
It is why she's
That's
weird.
why, was it Scarlett Johansson?
Yep.
People were criticizing her in the movie where it's like, oh, she's wooden. It's like, no, that's how you play the major. Scarlett Johansson, out of all of the things in the live action movie, her acting was actually on point.
Beautiful.
The major's kind of weird and wants to understand what it's like to be a human because she's never lived in a body of flesh. But then that also comes to a point. If you have someone like the puppet master who can hack you and erase your memories, what's left?
Yeah.
What's the thing that's human? That affects her. When she sees that happen to someone in the show, that affects her and she gets introspective and meditating. I have a friend who's as dumb as bricks. And Ghost in Shell is his favorite movie. But there's no way he articulates that it's like, oh, it's a meditation of the transhumanist quest for immortality and also creation. And what does it mean he doesn't articulate it like that. He's just like, cyberpunk, punch the bit with the gun when it explodes. Amazing. Like he loves it for the aesthetic. But even though that it's the aesthetic, those other layers impact him. Even though he doesn't understand it, because he watched the remake, and the remake he was like, yeah, it's okay. He didn't like the live action version, and I got to say, the live action version, it does the aesthetic perfectly. I think it's great perfectly. The problem is the philosophical core, because they changed the story. It has a drama, political intrigue part, but they changed the story and they didn't understand that what it is about at heart is a meditation on human existence. It's just like, oh, and they're doing things to kids. It's like they missed that part. And they castrated the inner core of that movie.
Oh, yeah.
And this is the problem in the West with pure, as Slavoj Žižek would say, pure ideology has seeped into the arts, and people are like, but all art is political. No, art can be political, but if it's only political, you're missing that core. You're missing the thing that gives it the balls.
Yeah.
And in the East, that's been preserved.
That's beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this TED Talk.
Yeah, no, I love your TED Talk. That was great. I completely agree 100%. It's hollow because it doesn't have exactly what you're talking about, that substance into the archetypical, which is the thing that all of us can really tap into, the underlying substrate of existence itself, what makes us human. And it doesn't have to be this, it's what's beautiful when you get to the transhumanist understanding of what is consciousness. What is it, and it's a great allegory that movie is on how we all can be taken. We're all kind of cyborgs being led around and can be easily hacked, as we are finding out with the MK Ultra stuff, let alone how fascinating these little black mirrors are, how we've become cyborgs You don't even need a nanochip or neural link into your brain. You are already a cyborg, and you have to break free to become a human.
If you can't live or poop without your phone, you're a cyborg.
Oh, for sure. And I've got days where I feel that exact way, and it's hard not to. And it's the same thing that, so Dune is one of my favorite. It's on the canon. I love all six.
Yes.
All six.
The original books. And you include Chapter House?
Of course.
Oh,
it's needed.
Based.
Yeah.
Based.
Yeah.
Heretics of Dune and Chapter House, underrated.
They're so underrated, and anybody who tells me they're not good, I'm like instantly, I don't take you seriously.
Based.
Yeah.
Based.
Good, Richard. Good. We've become, just so everybody knows, all 60 plus of you found 2 people who have become friends. We already knew we could be and where it might be, but the farther this goes along.
The first time I saw you, I was just like, I saw you make a lot of mysteries video, and I'm like, bro. And I think I messaged you, I'm like, we got it. I think you had Colin on, and then in the comments, I was like, we need to get online.
That's exactly it. No, that's exactly it. And I was all like, oh shit, and again, I'm happy we were able to finally make this happen, because I've been like, I tell Kai all the time, I need to get into a stream with fucking Richard, because I don't think anyone else understands some of this shit like I do. Lord of Mysteries is one of the greatest stories of all time.
Yeah.
It's like you kidding me? And the magic, and it's like what we're trying to do is take from all these stories and see how, even if Cuttlefish that loves diving did or did not read all of the shit that we've read, and all of the people that we know that dig deep in like the history of the occult, he's sure tapped into a bunch of shit. It's the same as the Full Metal Alchemist lady.
Yeah. She's very mysterious.
So mysterious. And the idea is like, she's taken from Jacob Birma, she's taken from Robert Flood, she's taken from Hermeticism and alchemy and all these things.
Paracelsus is literally a
Paracelsus
character.
is a character, Hohenheim Theophrastus Bombastus crushing it. And like, it's so, in the Chimera stuff, it's so beautiful. And that goes to the thing. It's like, it doesn't actually matter. The hero's journey and these archetypes of the unconscious are within all of us. The questions about humanity, just like we were talking about with Psychopaths into Ghost and Shell, is fascinating, because of these are things I feel like we struggle with on a day-to-day basis. And when you were talking about the 3 tiers of cinema, right, the aesthetic to the political to that next step, that substrate of philosophy and mysticism and magic that's within everything, that is the existential, that is Kierkegaard at its finest. It's slightly twisted, obviously, to what we're talking about, but they have the same thing. It's the aesthetic, the religious, and then whatever the next step is that you have to take a leap of faith into, that then truly asks the question about human existence itself. And it's the things that we fear: despair, anxiety, dread, and then through this actual existential question on what does it mean to be human when we replace every part. And somebody said, right, the ship of Theseus, that is the philosophical question. If I replace all of the ship, is it still the ship of Theseus? The question is not meant to be answered. That's the thing. But it's upon looking into that tier, really digging into the layers, and finally realizing a good story can tell you all of these things, and it needs that root. The same thing I feel like we're getting to all the time here in this conversation. Is it rooted in what actually matters? The questions of every day when I walk outside. Does my privacy matter? I was just listening to this the other, like, I can't remember what I was listening to, but it's like, you cannot have intimacy without privacy.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And I was like, holy shit, why have I never kind of put that together? And they were talking about Orwell. Funny enough, I think it was Tucker Carlson. I was listening to his, funny enough, it was Tucker Carlson. I was listening to him with a whistleblower, and he was talking about the flock cameras. And the whole first half hour and again, I'm not left or right. I just listen to people when they have interesting things. And he's just one guy who can piss me off one day and then have a guy on, and then all of a sudden he's speaking truth. Like, I can't fucking stand Jay Dyer. And so, like, the last talk he did with Jay Dyer,
he's gone weird.
It's gotten weird, and he's got his ortho bro. He's an Orthodox bro, and I'm like, and Orthodoxy is magic, and that's what's so fucking wild. They are doing magic rituals.
I've appreciated Jay in the past, but recently he's done some I don't know, he's been weird.
When he was on Rockfin, I actually, to be on Rockfin to like, so I can listen to all these other people do these things, I think I donated to him because I liked what he was doing with the occult Hollywood stuff.
Yeah. Glory days.
Glory days. But now he's just taken on one other side, infiltrated by one fucking regime or the next. He's the mind virus, the rituals.
He has been possessed by ideology.
He has been possessed by ideology. Exactly. And it goes back to the true existential questions. Can you question authority when it's correct? And can you make sure you understand that there is something beyond? At the same, it's a contradiction, right? It's the tree of life is until we cross the abyss and shed our ego while we do so, we are in the world of contradiction. And then we realize all that contradiction was truly a complementary act towards the apotheosis, towards that divine working, right?
They call it the blasphemy slate, but in the end, it shows you the path to the divine. Why is the path to the divine called a blasphemy? You got to blaspheme.
You have to, and that's true gnosis. Is the art of blasphemy, to become a heretic, but not because also it's like one of the things I want to do is I want to bring the gentleman back to magic. You know, I like how Klein and is always looking so fucking dapper and like, you know, it's like let's bring the dapper back.
I can't wait till the Dwayne Dante's volume. He's gonna have so much aura.
That's what I'm saying. Go Aura Max or go home. That's where I'm at right now. It's like why does Sung Jin Woo look so fucking? I'm like, oh shit, I need to buy a black button up and cool. You know, I want that black hoodie. You know, then the cool coat that flows and as he's chilling in the, you know. I like it, like in the thumbnail, you have Dunn Smith in the moon because that's taken directly from the anime episode. Who doesn't want to be Dunn Smith in the background as everything goes Lovecraftian? Based. Yeah, nice. Great. What else are you thinking there, Richard? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
We've done pretty good here.
Yeah, we went deep. # deep.
We went # deep and we fucking Richard Max the whole way.
Hell yeah.
Beautiful. So everybody out there who's been listening to us really deep dive. If you go to Lord of Mysteries in your YouTube chat or into your podcast and you see anybody who's telling you that they're going deep into the lore of Lord of Mysteries, you can send them our way. Because I'm telling you, this 4 hour stream, this show of brilliance, as we are connecting across worlds to bring you the deepest deep dive lore into Lord of Mysteries there is. And this isn't the last. This is but the beginning of a beautiful budding relationship of deep dives into that of the deepest. And that's the realm of the archetypical, the mythological, and the storytelling. And it is magic at its finest, because when we can truly unfold something and find such depth in just a mere story. I mean, what a story it is, don't you think?
Truly. As you said, it's one of the greatest stories. I think of the modern generation, definitely.
Yeah.
Lord of Mysteries.
No, I agree. Lampshade, we appreciate all of you out there. Lampshade, you're one of them. Yeah, we thank you. If quote unquote, if people's faith in you is what gives you your power, then I believe in you with every fiber of my being. Nia from Garen Logan. That's nice. Richard, tell the people what you're up to, what you're doing, and where they can find you.
Okay, I've been life has been tough recently, so I've just been kind of moving, doing some things, but I got my live streams every weekend. Please join in. We're going through Manly P. Hall, Secret Teachings of All Ages, little online book club. I haven't gotten around to like my little private Franz Baden readings in a while, but we should be getting back on them as well. Follow me on Twitter and Substack. I should also publish a Substack. Oh, I got so much. And I've also got some videos in the works. So stay tuned for that.
Good. Yeah, nice. Yeah, everyone go over if you haven't already. Follow, subscribe, and watch all of Richard's videos. They're fantastic. They're amazing. He's got a lot of love out there in the world. Who was it? What's his name? I thought it was hilarious. Fucking called you out, you and Colin out for that video, and then said that you're one of the best YouTubers in the occult there is.
Zerka.
Fucking Zerka. I'd love to chat with that fucking big bastard sometime. He's a ridiculous posting about Steiner and all this shit as he's like grooming women.
Bruh, that guy. He seems
You know?
weird.
Yeah.
Jung and Steiner is a weird diet for a guy like that.
Super weird diet. So, it takes all kinds, but that's great. Again, give as much love over to Richard as possible. And pray and give him grace and beauty for all that he goes through and his family and everything. Like, just love. That's that's what we do for each other in the Tarot Club.
Yes.
And so that's great. You can obviously, here we are, subscribe, like, and share Magus in the Media as we grow and build this media empire to bring myth, magic, and meaning into all of our worlds. What do I got going on? We're going to do more with Richard in the future as much as possible. As well as over the next few days, I'm going to be coming out with an interview I did with Alan Chapman. He's a fascinating man who's done a lot of great work. His own school, Magia, we talk about that. Obviously, we talk about Crowley and what he's doing with that. And he's just a fascinating man. We went 3 hours, and it was like we could have talked about so much when it comes to what he's doing. I'm actually tomorrow night. I'm having. It's not going to come out probably for a week or two, but I'm chatting with PhD Ian Edwards. And he was on the Occult Rejects. He's into phenomenology. He's published through Theon Press or Theon Publishing on Druidry. He talks Heidegger. He goes into Crowley. This man, he just was on, what's her name? This Druidry woman. Anyway, he was just on her podcast. He's kind of putting himself out there. I'm reading some of his stuff. It's super philosophical. He talks Heidegger. I'm super excited for that.
Nice.
What else is going on? We got other things going on. I'm putting out the video essays. We're going to do more Lord of Mysteries. I'm trying to get through every episode and show what all the magic stuff is going on to break it down, because I'm trying to indoctrinate, as we do, the people who haven't watched and people who don't know anything about magic through our stories. And so the easiest way to send out our own propaganda, which I think is important, is to also give this kind of propaganda, the anti-propaganda. Nice. This is a great, Richard, you froze in the great.
Can you still hear me?
I can.
Okay.
But
my camera died.
That's what it is. No, the frozen Richard looks hilarious and awesome. It's like the perfect picture. And then yeah, so we're just coming out with all the things. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share. This has been beautiful. I thank every single one of you, everybody who through some super chats, we appreciate you in every way possible, because the more the more the discs come, the more everything, the more we can do this. We lost Richard, but we went long and we went hard. Thank you, everybody out there. This is Magus in the Media, and until next time, good night.